Right, so good afternoon, honorable members. Let me just again apologize on behalf of the Budget and Appropriation Committee. It has had sleepless nights. I am aware to that because of the short time they had to process the budget. And I also know you members are also under pressure. So the bit that we're going to go through reading word by word, I am hoping that we'll be able to catch up on what's on the report so that we'll be able to transact the business at hand. Honorable Majority Leader, don't do that, Honorable Majority Leader. Don't sit on that seat unless it is to be disinfected. I know you are feeling offside. Now, Honorable Cosmas. Okay. So we just try and do the best in the circumstances, understand where the committee is coming from. And so we can start, members. I know we have our colleagues also who are in the extended chamber in the tent. Have passed my apologies, members, to all of you on behalf of the Budget and Appropriation Committee. Please accept it. So let us start, Mr. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Proceed, please.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I just want to remind you that the communication that would be today again is still on the special sitting and why we have it and how it was called, and that one I did on Friday, the 27th of June, 2020. So let's proceed. Mr. Clerk.
Order number 3, messages.
Proceed, please.
Order number 4, petitions.
Proceed.
Order number 5, papers.
Honorable members, under this order we have one business by Honorable Dominic Ndambuki. Sergeant at Arms, make sure you're at hand to sanitize the mics as and when necessary.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Assembly today, Tuesday, 30th June, 2020. Budget and Appropriation Committee report on the budget estimates for the fiscal year 2020-2021. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ndambuki. Let me see the paper if it is signed. I can see just from here. The paper that has been laid on the table. Honorable Ndambuki. Okay, thank you. I can see the signature. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, proceed.
Order number 6, notice of motion.
Honorable members, under this order, we have one business, again by Honorable Dominic Ndambuki. Honorable Ndambuki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That aware that Article 185, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 contemplates the powers of the County Assembly to oversight the budget process, among other areas.
You're giving a notice of motion, eh?
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
Sorry, allow me to repeat, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, that aware that Article 185, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 contemplates the powers of the County Assembly to oversight the budget process, among other areas. Standing Order number 187 establishes the Budget and Appropriations Committee with specific mandate, among which is to investigate, inquire into, and report on all matters related to coordination, control, and monitoring of the county budget, as well as discuss and review the estimates and make recommendations to the County Assembly. Noting that the budget estimates for the fiscal year 2020-2021 were received by the Assembly on 29th May 2020 and committed to the Budget and Appropriations Committee on 10th June 2020 for interrogation and eventual tabling before this House. Madam Speaker, I wish to give notice of motion that this House discusses and approves the report of Budget Committee on Fiscal Year 2020-2021 budget estimates. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ndambuki. Mr. Clerk, proceed.
Order number 7, statements.
Proceed, please.
Order number 8, motion, approval of Machakos County Government budget estimate for the financial year 2020-2021.
Honorable members, under this business, we have again the Honorable Dominic Ndambuki. Honorable Ndambuki.
Once again, thank you, Honorable Speaker. That aware that Article 185, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 contemplates the powers of the County Assembly to oversight the budget process, among other areas. Standing Order number 187 establishes the Budget and Appropriations Committee with specific mandate, among which is to investigate, inquire into, and report on all matters related to coordination, control and monitoring of the county budget, as well as discuss and review the estimates and make recommendations to the County Assembly. Noting that the budget estimates for the fiscal year 2020-2021 were received by the Assembly on 29th May 2020 and committed to the Budget and Appropriations Committee on 10th June 2020 for interrogation and eventual tabling before this House. Madam Speaker, I wish to move the motion that this House discusses and approves the report of Budget Committee on fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I call upon Honorable Angela to second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Ndambuki. Honorable Angela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Angela Munyasia, nominated by Wiper Democratic Movement. I stand to second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Angela. Honorable Ndambuki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your permission, I'm going to read the report before this House from the Budget and Appropriations Committee on budget estimates for the fiscal year 2020-2021, prepared this June, the year 2020. Madam Speaker, the Constitution and acts relating to devolution have placed significant responsibilities on the county assemblies over the management of public resources. The legislatures have in particular received enhanced responsibility with regard to resource mobilization, allocation, management, and control. The Budget and Appropriations Committee is mandated to discuss and review budget estimates and make recommendations to the County Assembly for consideration. Article 185, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 contemplates the powers of the County Assembly to oversight the budget process, among other areas. Standing Order number 187 establishes the Budget and Appropriations Committee with specific mandate, among which is to investigate, inquire into, and report on all matters related to coordination, control, and monitoring of the county budget, as well as discuss and review the estimates and make recommendations to the County Assembly. Committee membership. Madam Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, as currently constituted, comprises of the following honorable members: Honorable Dominic Ndambuki, Chairperson; Honorable Angela Munyasa, Vice Chairperson; Honorable Paul Museku, Member; Honorable Margaret Mwikali, Member; Honorable Daniel Mbevi, Member; Honorable Thomas Mutinda, Member; Honorable Jacqueline Ziva, Member; Honorable Moffat Maida, Member; Honorable Ikusia Kaloki, Member. Madam Speaker, in preparation of the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget, the Budget and Appropriations Committee has been involved in the various stages in processing the budget, from review of sectoral priorities to evaluation of the goals of the county government. With this involvement, the County Assembly anticipates prudence, transparency, and accountability in the use of public resources. Madam Speaker, in reviewing the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates, the committee held several sittings and also invited the participation of the public in the budget process by holding public hearings on 23rd June 2020 in the Assembly and requested for presentation of memoranda on the budget estimates for the fiscal year 2020-2021. These hearings were conducted to receive views and recommendations from the public on the proposed budget estimates for county government sectoral departments, namely the Office of the Governor, the Department of Public Service, ICT, Labor, the Department of Economic Planning, Trade and Industrialization, the County Treasury, the Department of Decentralized Units and Urban Areas, the Department of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, Water and Irrigation, the Department of Health and Emergency Services, the Department of Roads, Transport and Public Works, the Department of Education, Skills, Training and Social Services, the Department of Lands, Energy, Environment, Housing and Natural Resources, the Department of Tourism and Culture, the County Public Service Board, and the arm of the county government, which is the County Assembly. We look at the linking the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget to the County Annual Development Plan and the Public Finance Management Act of 2012. Madam Speaker, Section 12, subsection 1 of the second schedule of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 requires implementation of program-based budgets to commence in fiscal year 2014-2015 for county governments. This framework focuses on binding decisions on allocation of resources to expected outputs. Past budgets have always shown how much money is going to various departments and accounts without providing specific, measurable, and realistic programs. However, from the fiscal year 2020-2021, the focus is more on the actual programs and projects to be undertaken at ward level that shall be supported by the resources we receive from the national government and the revenues to be collected at the county level. Madam Speaker, the committee has ensured that projects that are more realistic to implement are accommodated in this year's budget. Devolved units were meant to deliver development services to the wards to benefit the residents. The fiscal year 2020-2021 budget is more focused on programs that include equitable ward projects to ensure dynamic growth of the county economy. We look at the county fiscal responsibility principles. Madam Speaker, Section 107 of PFM Act states that 1. A county treasury shall manage its public finances in accordance with principles of fiscal responsibility set out in subsection 2 and shall not exceed the limits stated in the regulations. 2. In managing the county government's public finances, the county treasury shall enforce the following fiscal responsibility principles. A. The county government's recurrent expenditure shall not exceed the county government's total revenue. B. Over the medium term, a minimum of 30% of the county government's budget shall be allocated to development expenditure. C. The county government's expenditure on wages and benefits for its public officers shall not exceed a percentage of the county government's total revenue as prescribed by the county executive member for finance in regulations and approved by the county assembly. Regulation 25(1)(b) of the PFM regulations of the county governments sets the limit at 35% of the total revenue. D. Over the medium term, the government's borrowing shall be used only for the purpose of financing development expenditure and not recurrent expenditure. We look at the county revenue for the fiscal year 2020-2021. Madam Speaker, the County Executive Committee member for Finance proposed the county revenue for the fiscal year 2020-2021 at 11,016,948,638 Kenya shillings as tabulated below. 1. Equitable share, 8,039,100,000 Kenya shillings. 2. Conditional grants or loans. The first one is level 5 hospital grant, 383,538,815 Kenya shillings. 2. Compensation for user fees foregone, 24,129,039 Kenya shillings. 3. Leasing of medical equipment, 132,021,277 Kenya shillings. 4. Rehabilitation of youth polytechnics, 62,749,894 Kenya shillings. 5. Road Maintenance Levy Fund, 239,604,947 Kenya shillings. 6. UHC by World Bank, 45,165,352 Kenya shillings. 7. Danida Universal Healthcare, 22,050,000 Kenya shillings. 8. Agricultural Sector Support Program, SIDA, 13,746,442 Kenya shillings. Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Project, 279,999,640 Kenya shillings. Kenya Devolution Support Program, Level 2 WB, World Bank, that is, 45 million Kenya shillings. And we look at the other component of the revenue source, which is county-owned revenue, 1,729,798,232 Kenya shillings. Total county allocation, 11,016,948,638 Kenya shillings. The resource envelope will consist of 8,039,100,000 Kenya shillings from equitable share, 1,248,050,406 Kenya shillings conditional grants, and 1,729,798,232 Kenya shillings from local revenue, to form a total revenue of 11,016,948,638 Kenya shillings. The expenditure framework for the fiscal year 2020-2021. Madam Speaker, the County Executive Committee member for Finance proposed expenditure framework for the fiscal year 2020-2021 amount to 11,016,948,642 Kenya shillings, which is more than the county total revenue. The distribution of the expenditure is as follows. A, recurrent expenditure, 7,588,104,049 Kenya shillings. Development expenditure, 3,428,844,598 Kenya shillings. Total expenditure, 11,016,948,642 Kenya shillings. The recurrent expenditure stands at 65.7%, while the capital expenditure is 34.3%. The committee noted that the presented budget was not balanced and made amendment to balance it to the resource envelope level. Madam Speaker, however, after interrogation of the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates by the sectoral committees and the public, as well as the factoring of the fiscal year 2020-2021 fiscal strategy paper ceilings, the Budget and Appropriations Committee felt that there was need to enhance equitable ward development by budgeting projects that would unlock the growth potential of the county according to the needs of each ward that the honorable members of this assembly represent. The Budget Committee revised the budget programs in line with the program set out in fiscal year 2020-2021 annual development plan and the county fiscal strategy paper ceilings for fiscal year 2020-2021. Employees' compensation. Madam Speaker, the county has quite a large number of employees that has caused the escalating wage bill. The Public Finance Management Act sets a limit of that 5% of the total revenue, yet the current wage stands at 54% of the total revenue. The Controller of Budget vide letter reference OCOB /MKS/2 dated 22nd June 2020 and copied to the Honorable Speaker and the Clerk of the County Assembly, noted Regulation 25(1)B of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, PFM Act County Governments Regulations of 2015, set a ceiling in county government expenditure on wages and benefits at 35% and advised the county to ensure compliance with the legal limit on personnel emoluments expenditure. The COB further cautioned that Article 228 sub-Article 5 of the Constitution of Kenya requires the Controller of Budget not to approve any withdrawal from public funds unless satisfied that the withdrawal is authorized by law. The committee observed that the county executive payroll has a number of workers who are 60 years old and above. The committee recommends that the county government moves to calls to retire the employees to bring down the ballooning wage bill. The committee has constantly cautioned the county executive on the mischiefs of the ballooning wage bill and recommends that the Controller of Budget puts in place necessary measures to ensure compliance with the law on the county wage bill. The committee notes that the executive spends way too much on the wage bill, and this compromises a positive progress on the county development projects. If the trend persists, the county may not be able to move forward in development. Public participation. Madam Speaker, the committee invited the public to participate in the budget process by either written memoranda or email to the clerk of the county assembly according to Article 196B of the Constitution that states that a county assembly shall facilitate public participation and involvement in the legislative and other business of the assembly and its committees. The committee further held physical public participation with the special interest groups at the assembly precincts owing to the continued threat of the COVID-19 pandemic and adhering to Minister of Health regulations. The contributions submitted by the interest groups and the memoranda received from the public on the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates have been considered by the committee in preparing this report. Key priority areas for the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget. Look at the first one is health services. Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic is not only threatening our lives and the county economic growth, but has so far affected national performance. The committee is further aware of the constitutional requirement for Kenyans to access health services. Although the county health sector has been allocated more than a third, which is 37.3% of the total county budget, our county hospitals, dispensaries, and clinics continue to choke with the lack of adequate facilities, drugs, food, services, and pharmaceuticals. The fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates will ensure allocation of COVID-19 funds to cater for victims and ensure improved health services to our people and sustainable supply of drugs, food, and pharmaceuticals to guarantee quality health care. The committee is concerned that the establishment of COVID-19 testing center for Lower Eastern at Machakos Level 5 Hospital may demand more workforce and precautionary measures to protect our people from the spread. The committee recommends that the county government creates a vote head for COVID-19 to provide protective and awareness campaigns. To cater for the above, national government has provided Kenya shillings 188 million under capital transfers and grants. The funds for COVID-19 should be strictly used to help the county combat this pandemic in view of the limited resources. The budget committee will be reviewing this on a continuous basis. Food security. Madam Speaker, the committee observed that the poor performance of the agriculture sector was occasioned by lack of free distribution of agricultural inputs in the fiscal year 2019-2020, since funds were reallocated to other expenditure by the end of the year. The committee noted that the bulk of the functions of this sector happen to be devolved, and progress should therefore be largely focused on distribution of agricultural inputs and put in place a comprehensive food security program by enhancing irrigation using the county government propelled water projects and water harness through construction of dams along major rivers within the county. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the resources appropriated to the department for fiscal year 2020-2021 be geared towards provision of quality seeds and fertilizer at a subsidized rate and in a timely manner. 3. Provision of water. Madam Speaker, water is a scarce resource in our county. The committee is concerned that the budgetary allocation for the Directorate of Water and Irrigation need to cater for drilling of more boreholes and reticulation of water, scooping of dams and patches of tanks to store water, but the allocation was low. The Committee on Lands, Energy, Environment and Natural Resources considered the budget estimates for the Department of Water and Irrigation and noted that climate change be allocated an amount to allow the county to get donor money. Machakos County Green Climate Fund requested Kenya shillings 60 million for climate change mitigation. Madam Speaker, the department requires additional 200 million Kenya shillings to rehabilitate Kapa, Mlolongo, and the river Trunk Siwa, which is important for growth of Machakos. The department requested for extra 115 million Kenya shillings for construction of dams and water pans, since water is very key to the society. Further, the department requires tree planting program be given consideration for better environment, and therefore the Kenya shillings 30 million requested be given to purchase and plant trees in all the wards. We look at infrastructure development. Madam Speaker, improvement of the road network has routinely been cited as a priority area for the government to invest, since it's essential in facilitating economic growth. However, the poor road network and the destruction of most access roads by the recent heavy rains in most parts of the county remains a matter of concern. The financial allocation for this department has always been second to health and emergency service. Yes, yet very little has been achieved in construction, grading, upgrading, repair, and maintenance of roads that were left impassable by the recent rains. The committee recommends that swift measures be put in place to repair and construct swept bridges, impassable roads with huge gullies along the seasonal rivers in the county, left behind by the heavy rains and propelled by sand harvesting. We look at sand harvesting. Madam Speaker, it was noted that sand harvesting is impacting negatively on our environment and infrastructure. There is need for construction of weirs, drifts, and gabions to counter this, a matter that the committee incorporated in the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget estimates. The public has previously proposed for stringent controls or ban over the exercise. Sand harvesting has further failed to ruin the seasonal rivers, the access roads, and has negatively affected the county road network. Therefore, operationalization of Sand Harvesting Act 2014 is very crucial, and therefore be allocated requested funds. County Emergency Fund. Madam Speaker, the county has established an emergency fund pursuant to Section 110, subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 that allows the County Executive Committee member for Finance, with the approval of the County Assembly, to establish an emergency fund for the county government. The County Assembly has received County Emergency Fund Bill to operationalize the County Emergency Fund pursuant to Section 110, subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012. The bill was committed to the Delegated Legislation Committee, who are in the process of finalizing it. In view of the recent emergencies, such as locusts, invasion, and COVID-19 that the county has encountered, the Budget Committee has made provision of Kenya shillings 100 million for the emergency fund. The Delegated Legislation Committee needs to fast-track the process to pave way for utilization of the funds. Pending bills. Madam Speaker, the county government is expected to have paid all accumulated huge debts in form of pending bills in the financial year 2019-2020 budget. The county government owed suppliers money stretching back to 2013. The Controller of Budget had cautioned that the pending bills would be considered for first charge from County Revenue Fund as required under the Public Finance Management Act. This was also addressed in the last report of the committee in the second supplementary budget for the fiscal year 2019-2020. The committee is not anticipating additional pending bills from now onwards, since these budget estimates for the fiscal year 2020-2021 cover the county's spending for the year. The committee recommends that suppliers be paid within reasonable period and that county expenditure corresponds with vote heads as budgeted. Madam Speaker, we present views of the CEC Finance when he met in the committee. Madam Speaker, the committee invited the CEC Finance via letter reference number MKSA/PSC/CMM/FRC/VOL7/45, dated 24th June 2020, to a meeting to present his views on the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget, as stated under Section 131 of the Public Finance Management Act. The County Executive Committee member appeared before the committee and discussed in depth the budget estimates for the fiscal year 2020-2021, taking into account the committee recommendations contained in the Machakos County Supplementary Budget for the fiscal year 2019-2020. The CCM Finance further presented before the Assembly on 26th June 2020 the budget statement outlining the key areas which the government was going to concentrate on in the fiscal year 2020-2021. The committee has considered the views in the report. The Budget and Appropriations Committee proceeded to finalize the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget, bearing in mind the views of the CCM Finance. Sectoral departments. Madam Speaker, Section 131, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act states that before the County Assembly considers the estimates of revenue and expenditure, the relevant committee of the County Assembly shall discuss and review the estimates and make recommendations to the County Assembly. And in finalizing the recommendation to County Assembly, the committee shall take into account the views of the County Executive Committee member for Finance and the public on the proposed recommendations. The Budget and Appropriation Committee ensured that there was involvement of all participants in preparing fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates. The sectoral committees of this Honorable Assembly invited the County Executive Committee members and the chief officers of the related departments to cross-examine the proposed budget estimates relating to the departments on 19th and 22nd June 2020. Some of the issues for consideration in the sectoral departments meeting were: 1, list of employees and wage bill payroll; 2, list and status of projects undertaken in the previous budget; 3, list of pending bills; 4, challenges and recommendations the way forward; 5, proposed departmental budget as per ceilings. We look at the Office of the Governor. Madam Speaker, the Office of the Governor is to provide policy direction and overall sector coordination to enhance efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery. The Office of the Governor has increased budget estimates from the County Fiscal Strategy Paper ceiling of 530,019,584 Kenya shillings to 552,616,036 Kenya shillings, a matter which the COB has cautioned that the county budget with the ceilings of the approved CFSP of fiscal year 2020 deviations be well explained in line with Section 130, subsection 1(3) of the PFM Act. Contractual employees' budget has also been increased from Kenya shillings 1.6 million to 7.5 million Kenya shillings. Wages for temporary employees and security allowances have been reduced from 45,758,484 Kenya shillings to 7,462,863 Kenya shillings, and the difference of that 8,295,621 Kenya shillings moved to office supplies. We look at Department of Trade, Planning and Industrialization. Madam Speaker, on the recurrent budget, the Committee on Trade Planning noted the reduction of salaries from Kenya shillings 52.2 million to 49.6 million Kenya shillings, and that the department has budgeted for basic salaries. The chief officer informed the sectoral committees that this was to enable the government cater for COVID-19 pandemic. On development budget on program 2, the trade development, the committee was not updated on what happened to Kenya shillings 10.5 million for market shades and Kenya shillings 9 million budgeted for office block. The committee were informed that construction and completion of 5 market sheds were done in the following areas: Wamonyu Cloth Market in Wamonyu Ward, Ikalasa Market Shed in Kibaoni Ward, Kayole Market in Didhini Ward, Ngoleni Market in Kadhiani Central Ward, activation of Mavivye, Modhedheni, Chumbi markets, fencing of livestock markets in Tala and Masi, construction of perimeter wall in Athi River open air market, construction and rehabilitation of 42 border sheds. proposals for fiscal year 2020-2021 budget. Madam Speaker, the department has proposed construction of an industrial park and a jaw crusher with an allocation of 15 million Kenya shillings and Kenya shillings 20 million respectively. The same items were allocated Kenya shillings 35 million and 28 million Kenya shillings last year for the same items. The committee was informed that the status of the launching the jaw crusher plant in Katangi Ward would involve procurement and shipment of the jaw crusher, which is underway. Geological and hydrological survey was completed. Environmental impact assessment by NEMA was completed. Numerous public engagement forums have been conducted. Site perimeter fencing is almost complete and electricity connection ongoing. Departmental pending bills are at a total of 8,788,605.32 Kenya shillings. Department of Lands, Energy, Housing and Urban Development. Recurrent. Madam Speaker, the department has been allocated 72,184,782 Kenya shillings in the fiscal year 2020-2021. The department was allocated 300,000 Kenya shillings for payment of electricity bill. The department was allocated nil for maintenance of street lights and requests 2.5 million Kenya shillings. Further, the department requests for 7.5 million Kenya shillings for allowances for the board members in the 3 municipalities. Under development budget, in the fiscal year 2020-2021, the department was allocated 134,384,830 Kenya shillings. The department was allocated Kenya shillings 64 million for other civil works and requests Kenya shillings 24 million to bring to a total of Kenya shillings 88 million. This is meant for installation of 48 street lights and 40 transformers. The department is requesting to be allocated Municipality Development Fund amounting to 45 million Kenya shillings and a further Kenya shillings 10 million for establishing new municipalities. Pending bills. Recurrent, 9 million Kenya shillings. Development, 24,650,000 Kenya shillings. Total pending bills, 33,650,000 Kenya shillings. Department of Water, Irrigation, Environment and Natural Resources. A recurrent budget. Madam Speaker, in the fiscal year 2019-2020, the department was allocated 122,720,525 Kenya shillings and 90,779,699 Kenya shillings in the fiscal year 2020-2021. The department has deficit of 28,562,524 Kenya shillings for salaries and therefore requests the same to be considered. The department requires Kenya shillings 12 million for water service providers as a subsidy. The company was initially supported by the government since water is regulated. In addition, the department requires Kenya shillings 20 million to purchase laboratory materials and chlorine. Development budget. The department has been allocated 480,114,414 Kenya shillings in the fiscal year 2020-2021 for development. 1. On climate change, the committee recommended that the requested amount be allocated to the department to allow the county get donor money. Machakos County Green Climate Fund, otherwise known as GC, required an amount of Kenya shillings 60 million, which will be determined by county budget allocation on climate change mitigation. 2. The department requires an extra 115 million Kenya shillings for construction of dams and water pans, since water is very key to our society. Pending bills. The unpaid pending bills in the department amount to Kenya shillings 60 million. Education Department. Madam Speaker, the Chief Officer informed the Education Committee that the department had the following proposals which were not included in the budget estimates under recurrent expenditure. 1. Kenya shillings 38 million for school feeding program. The implementation was said to be effected upon approval of the feeding guidelines which are before the Committee on Education. 2, Kenya shillings 9 million for fee support program to facilitate children in ECDE centers to participate in core curricular activities. 3, Kenya shillings 120 million for the award of bursaries to the needy students. On development expenditure, the department requested Kenya shillings 6 million to supplement the capitation of Kenya shillings 62 million since the national government has not considered the increased enrollments. Explanations on the areas of concerns. On the increase of basic salaries of the permanent employees from Kenya shillings 40 million to Kenya shillings 280 million was said to be occasioned by the plans by the department on revising the salaries of ECDE teachers upwards. That is, the salary for the certificate holders to be revised from Kenya shillings 10,000 to Kenya shillings 18,000, and for diploma holders from Kenya shillings 12,000 to Kenya shillings 24,000. The increase was also occasioned by the need to promote vocational training centers instructors who are due for promotion since the year 2010. Based on the above explanations, the committee therefore slashed monies from the following development votes. General administration. Madam Speaker, the table shows as various titles, that is code 01, and there is title, budget estimates for fiscal year 2020-2021, and then it shows the amount slashed. Code 3110300, that is general administration. The title, refurbishment of non-residential buildings, youth centers, libraries, children's centers, and polytechnics. Budget estimates 5 million, amount slashed 5 million. Code 02, basic education, that is refurbishment of non-residential buildings for vocational training centers. Estimates 2 million Kenya shillings, amount slashed 2 million Kenya shillings. Code 3111109, which is the purchase, purchase of educational aids and related equipment for ECDEs. Allocated amount 2 million, amount slashed 2 million Kenya shillings. Code 03, youth development services. Code 3110302. Title is refurbishment of residential buildings. Amounts allocated or requested 5 million Kenya shillings. Amounts slashed 5 million Kenya shillings. Total amounts slashed Kenya shillings 14 million. Education Committee's recommendations. Guided by the fourth schedule of the Constitution, which confers to county governments the responsibility to provide pre-primary education and vocational training centers, the committee recommended as follows. 1, that the proposed Kenya shillings 8 million for school feeding program be reinstated. 2, the Kenya shillings 14 million, which has been slashed from various votes, be considered in the allocation which was made for bursaries, that is Kenya shillings 17 million. This leaves a deficit of Kenya shillings 89 million, which needs to be considered by the budget committee. 3, the proposed Kenya shillings 9 million for fee support programs to facilitate children in ECDE centers to participate in core curricular activities be reinstated. 4, the proposed Kenya shillings 36 million to supplement the capitation of Kenya shillings 62 million, since the national government does not consider the increased enrollments be reinstated. These will cater for the students who joined vocational training centers from 2019, because the capitation is based on the year 2018. 5, the increment of basic salaries for the permanent employees from Kenya shillings 40 million to Kenya shillings 280 million to be maintained, since the money will be used to revise the salaries of ECDE teachers upwards. That is, the salary for the certificate holders be revised from 10,000 Kenya shillings to 18,000 Kenya shillings, and for diploma holders from 12,000 Kenya shillings to 24 Kenya shillings. In addition, the money shall be used to promote the vocational training centers instructors who are due for promotion since 2010. The education sector is very important within the county government. and the committee considered construction of ECDE classes and toilets a requisite. Bursaries to assist the needy children in schools have been enhanced. The committee noted no funds were allocated for SECEB. That would mean the end of the board. The committee considered it appropriate, after discussing with the CCM Finance, to allocate funds to the board. The committee recommends an allocation of Kenya shillings 10 million to SECEB. The committee, during the public participation, noted that most teachers in Machakos School for the blind lacked adequate training, which has resulted to massive failure of the students. The committee further observed that funds previously budgeted for persons with disabilities in the fiscal year 2019-2020 did not benefit them during the year, and no funds had been allocated to the same in the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates. The committee recommends an allocation of Kenya shillings 10 million to the PWDs. Department of Culture and Tourism. Madam Speaker, under Program 4 on Tourism, Development and Marketing, there is an allocation of Kenya shillings 30 million this year. For the period ending fiscal year 2019-2020, there was an allocation of Kenya shillings 5.5 million meant for upgrading of Chamwilu tourist attraction site along Machakos Kangundo Highway and construction of a giraffe monument at Wamunyu and a crocodile park at Masinga. The amount was not spent since the department was not able to identify land near the sites. The department anticipates getting land in fiscal year 2020-2021. Under Program 5 on Management of Recreation Facilities, there was an allocation of Kenya shillings 6 million for the period ending fiscal year 2019-2020. For the fiscal year 2020-2021, the same is allocated Kenya shillings 7.4 million. Nothing was done during the fiscal year 2019-2020. The allocation had been moved from the department in the recently adopted supplementary budget, hence nothing had been done. Salaries and wages were allocated Kenya shillings 56.6 million in fiscal year 2019-2020. The allocation of Kenya shillings 84 million for the fiscal year 2020-2021 is meant to rectify fiscal year 2019-2020 deficit. Pending bills, recurrent 13,877,047 Kenya shillings. Development 40,905,634 Kenya shillings. Total pending bills 54,783,121 Kenya shillings. Department of Finance and Economic Planning. Madam Speaker, the Finance Committee considered the budget for the Department of Finance and Economic Planning and noted as follows. Local revenues. 1. The department targets to collect 1,729,798,232 Kenya shillings as local revenues to support the budget. The department was not able to meet targeted revenue for fiscal year 2019-2020 due to interruptions of economic activities by COVID-19 pandemic. There was a slowdown in collection of revenue from liquor, hotels, business permits, and among others. To assist in collecting the targeted revenue, the department will be presenting the Finance Bill 2020 early during the time of making pronouncement of budget highlights in the Assembly. The department was also planning to procure a software to assist in monitoring revenue and expand our revenue base. 2. Recurrent expenditure of 402,285,885.20 Kenya shillings and the programs and items listed in the budget. 3. Development expenditure of 56,663,845 Kenya shillings and amendments in programs or projects under Vote 4 and Vote 5 as listed below. Development expenditure. Program Economic Planning. 1. Purchase of vehicles. In fiscal year 2019-2020-2021, 5 million. 2. Office furniture and fitting. That is photocopier. Allocation in fiscal year 2019-2020-2020-2021, 500,000. Subtotal for Vote 4, 5.5 million Kenya shillings in the fiscal year 2020-2021. We look at county statistics. The item is research feasibility studies. Allocation in fiscal year 2019-2020 dash, fiscal year 2020-2021, 6,761,036 Kenya shillings. Subtotal in vote 05, 6,761,036 Kenya shillings for the fiscal year 2020-2021. Madam Speaker, the Finance Committee therefore endorses the above budget of the Department of Finance and Economic Planning with amendments therein for fiscal year 2020-2021 budget. Department of Agriculture and Food Security. Review of budget for the fiscal year 2019-2020. Madam Speaker, the Committee on Agriculture noted not much of what had been budgeted in the fiscal year 2019-2020 was implemented, including projects whose tender process was not completed. The following programs were not implemented due to inadequate budget allocations: training activities, funding of inputs to cooperatives, funding communication and software, all programs under crop development except salaries. Madam Speaker, agriculture and food security is a source of livelihood and requires funding in repair of tractors, provision of seeds, provision of fuel, communication and software. Increase funds for backhaul or transfer the funds to another area. Provision of chicks, increase funds for purchase of vehicles, provide funds for motorbikes, provide funds for pond liners, provision of electricity and water for ATC Center, provision of water to Machakos Slaughterhouse, and provision of vaccines. The Directorate of Cooperatives is allocated zero budget in the recurrent, as requests for provision of funds under recurrent vote to increase funds under salaries, funds under revolving fund, since cooperatives are highly indebted for now. Provision of fertilizers, provision of funds to LECOM, allocate funds for utility vehicle, funds for generator, allocate funds for electricity and fuels, cooperative capacity building, allocate funds for promotion of cooperative marketing, as well as audit services and cooperative value chains. Pending recurrent bills for fiscal year 2014-2015. Madam Speaker, the following are the outstanding bills in the department. Number 1, Snack Palace, the supplied chicks. The bill is 32,300 Kenya shillings. 2, Sally Enterprises, supply of chicks, 26,800 Kenya shillings. 3, Sally Enterprises, supply of chicks, 32,900 Kenya shillings. 4, Limelight, supply of chicks, 11,000 Kenya shillings. 5, Makindo Motors, supply of plows, 6 million Kenya shillings. 6, Drescher, supply of furniture, 64,300 Kenya shillings. 7, Sagana National Farm, supply of breeding stocks, fish, 600,000 Kenya shillings. 8, Makindo Motors, supply of tractors, 21,160,000 Kenya shillings. 9, Brightways Limited, supply of chicks, 300,000 Kenya shillings. Subtotal for the pending bills, 29,527,300 Kenya shillings. Pending bills under development for the fiscal year 2015-2016. Number 1, M&J Holdings Limited for supply of fish pond liners, 254,000 Kenya shillings. Item number 2, Intrachem Agencies for supply of breeding stocks for chicks, 297,000 Kenya shillings. Item number 3, Intrachem Agencies, supply of feeding equipment, 160,000 Kenya shillings. Subtotal, 711,000 Kenya shillings. Total pending bills under that department, 30,238,300 Kenya shillings. Department of Labor, Public Service and ICT. Madam Speaker, justification for the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates for the Department of Public Service, Labor and ICT has development budget estimates of Kenya shillings 10.9 million that will facilitate the procurement of modern CCTVs and linking software for telecommunication in the current financial year. There is also an allocation of Kenya shillings 6.5 million aimed at procurement of networking tools, backups, so as to ensure that the CCTV's program performs effectively. Items that are not funded in the budget estimates that the department wishes to get additional funding include medical cover for employees amounting to Kenya shillings 172 million. Pending bills under that department. Madam Speaker, pending bills in the department are NITA training statutory contribution, Kenya shillings 26 million. Legal compensation payments arising from WIBA court rulings for staff, Kenya shillings 19.5 million. Access Kenya, Kenya shillings 6.95 million. Safaricom, Kenya shillings 6.8 million. Fast Call, Kenya shillings 16.2 million. Contracted for technical services totaling to Kenya shillings 78.45 million. The Department of Roads, Public Works and Housing, recurrent budget. Madam Speaker, the Committee on Transport and Public Works observed an increase in salaries from Kenya shillings 109 million in the fiscal year 2019-2020 to Kenya shillings 140 million in the fiscal year 2020-2021 to cater for the deficit that was experienced last financial year. The Assembly reduced the salaries requested by the Executive in order to meet statutory obligations of balancing between recurrent and development expenditure. The department did not have money for the last 3 months' salaries. The committee observed that with the investment the county is making in new buildings, it is important to seek a budget of Kenya shillings 20 million to ensure county buildings. The department has requested a provision of further Kenya shillings 20 million to be factored as a separate vote line for maintenance of roads, development budget. Madam Speaker, the department has been allocated Kenya shillings 50 million under aerodromes for the fiscal year 2020-2021. In the fiscal year 2019-2020, Kenya shillings 40 million from the aerodrome vote head in the budget was reallocated to the vote line of access roads to clear pending bills. The committee in the second Machakos supplementary report recommended that there should be no more budgeting for the aerodrome and airstrip since the land to construct the same is yet to be identified. The Committee on Transport and Public Works noted that under contractual employees, Kenya shillings 53 million is allocated for salaries of contractual employees who are mostly the departmental engineers. Madam Speaker, the committee observed that Kenya shillings 100 million under major roads is meant for completion of ongoing major roads, which had stalled because the money was moved to clear pending bills. The money is not enough, and the department needs an additional Kenya shillings 142 million for the following roads. 1. Kinka, Githunguri Police Station, Airways Zebra Road, Kenya shillings 62,788,441 Kenya shillings. It's a distance of 2.6 kilometers. 2. Upgrading to bitumen standards of Githini Water Roads, Kenya shillings 99,758,463 Kenya shillings. 3. Upgrading to bitumen standards of 70 Kionyweni Miu Road, Kenya shillings 74,848,246. The department has been allocated Kenya shillings 75 million to cater for the requested Kenya shillings 1 million for the ward projects. The Committee on Transport, Roads and Public Works recommends that every ward be allocated 600,000 Kenya shillings, which will total to Kenya shillings 24 million, and the rest of the money be moved to repair and maintenance of the graders and the county fleet. Madam Speaker, the Transport and Public Works Committee noted the county government buildings are allocated Kenya shillings 196 million under construction of buildings in the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates meant for completion of ongoing construction of the county buildings. The department requires Kenya shillings 887 million to be able to complete the buildings and requires Kenya shillings 650 million to meet the deficit. The following is a list of the department's pending bills as at 24th April 2020. Madam Speaker, we give a list of the eligible pending bills that is audited. Contractor number 1, Crown Paints, date of commitment, 1st October 2014, paid 5,796,655. Number 2, Diverse Contractors, date of commitment, 1st June 2014, amount 3,208,821 Kenya shillings. Assured Construction Limited, date committed 1st December 2014, amounts 11,286,898 Kenya shillings. Shama Logistics, date of commitment 1st April 2014, amounts 4,887,250,000. Cat Tech Spares Company Limited, date of commitment 21st March 2015, amounts 875,812 Kenya shillings. ASAP Enterprise, date of commitment 1st June 2015, amounts 3,290,000 Kenya shillings. El Cargo Supplies Limited, date of commitment 1st June 2014, amounts 3,131,770 Kenya shillings. Motivator Links Limited, date of commitment 1st February 2015, amounts 4,990,320 Kenya shillings. Trezor Agencies Limited, date of commitment 1st June 2016, amount 6,488,240 Kenya shillings. Katran Limited, date of commitment 1st December 2014, amounts 3,594,821 Kenya shillings. Agro Industrial Tools, date of commitment 1st October 2014, amounts 9,880,000 Kenya shillings. Avik Shantui, date of commitment 1st December 2016, amount processed 10,200,000 Kenya shillings. Amount not processed 12,162,069 Kenya shillings. Joan Investments Limited, date of commitment 1st June 2015, amounts processed 2,902,772 Kenya shillings. Basco Paints, date of commitment 1st September 2014, amounts processed 10,514,916 Kenya shillings. Zoar General Contractors Limited, date of commitment 1st March 2015, amounts processed 8,252,151 Kenya shillings. Achilles Materials Handling, date of commitment 1st September 2014, amounts paid 9.8 million Kenya shillings. Amounts not processed 14,700,000 Kenya shillings. Trans-Africa Motors, date of commitment 1st February 2016, amounts paid 48,758,000 Kenya shillings. Amounts not processed and require budget allocation 26,755 Kenya shillings. Techno Relief Services, date of commitment 1st September 2014, amounts paid 2.5 million Kenya shillings. Amounts not processed and require allocation 2 million Kenya shillings. Country Cross Logistics, date of commitment 1st September 2014, amounts not processed and require allocation 4,989,000 Kenya shillings. East African Portland, date of commitment 1st June 2016, amount that requires allocation 720,465 Kenya shillings. Bilco Engineering, date of commitment 1st June 2016, amount that requires allocation is 2,669,500 Kenya shillings. S Engineering and Building Limited, date of commitment 1st October 2014, not processed and requires an allocation of 2,444,271 Kenya shillings. Buire Systems Limited, date of commitment 1st December 2014, requires an allocation of 11,073,846 Kenya shillings. Plans Masses Contractor and General, date of commitment 1st November 2014, requires an allocation of 6,912,254 Kenya shillings. Total amount of money is paid so far under that department 118 118,485,587 Kenya shillings. Amount processed, that 1,869,839 Kenya shillings. Amount not processed and requires budget allocation, 84,426,405 Kenya shillings. Department of Health and Emergency Services. Madam Speaker, the Department of Health leads in allocation of more than a third of the county budget. The department has an increase of Kenya shillings 500 million in salaries from Kenya shillings 2.6 billion in fiscal year 2019-2020 to Kenya shillings 3.1 billion in fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates. The increment is meant to cater for promotions of medical personnel that were due. The new UHC recruitments done recently to have their gratuity budgeted by the department. The department was anticipating to have more recruitments for medical personnel to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Program 3, Kangundo Level 4, Matu Level 4, and Kadhiani Level 4 have not been budgeted for in the allocations for the hospitals presented to the cabinet. The Health Committee was not provided the list of completed projects for the fiscal year 2019-2020 and list of the current number of employees in the department. The Health Department pending bills as at June 2020 amount to 1. The recurrent Kenya shilling 63,115,841. Development Kenya shillings 9,172,928. Total Kenya shillings 72,288,769. County Machakos County Public Service Board. Madam Speaker, the Committee on Labor, Public Service and ICT discussed the following expenditure and noted: A, that in fiscal year 2019-2020, Kenya shillings 10 million had been appropriated for construction of an office block for the County Public Service Board. The committee was informed that the board was not able to construct the offices owing to court cases and rulings. The funds were further reappropriated during the supplementary budget in the following manner: Kenya shillings 2.9 million to Department of Health and Kenya shillings 7.1 million to the Emergency Fund. B, that in the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates, the board had requested for Kenya shillings 30 million for the office block, Kenya shillings 21 million for purchase of vehicles for the commissioners, Kenya shillings 2 million for purchase of printers and ICT equipment. The committee deliberated on the above observations and made the following resolutions. A, that the County Public Service Board had been newly constituted and it was in order to ensure that they are provided with working tools such as offices, printers, official vehicles, etc. Public Service, Labor and ICT Committee resolved to give the Budget Committee the discretion to allocate adequate funds in the budget estimates that would facilitate the board procure the working tools. B, the committee also deliberated the staff audit matter that it had been previously addressed with the Chief Officer Labor. The chairman proposed to allocate Kenya shilling 60 million in the development estimates for the CPSB so as to facilitate the audit process by an impartial audit agency. On the recurrent, the committee was informed that other allowances had been lumped up together in the Department of Labor. There also arose a concern that in the fiscal year 2019-2020 and the estimates in the fiscal year 2020-2021, the board had similar estimates despite the current board being large in size, and requested that the committee to consider increasing the County Public Service Board budget. County Assembly. Madam Speaker, the County Assembly has a recurrent budget of Kenya shillings 911 million to cater for the compensation of employees, daily subsistence allowances, training and operations, and maintenance. The County Assembly has been allocated Kenya shillings 325 million for development in the fiscal year 2020-2021. The committee observed that the County Assembly will spend the development funds in constructing a new chamber, Speaker's official residence, and installation of Hansard equipment in committee rooms and would require Kenya shillings 40 million for development. The committee observed that there is a need to review the chamber designs to accommodate the new norms, especially on the COVID-19 seating arrangements, ample parking within the new chamber, and to be compliant with PWD requirements. Budget committee observation and recommendations. Madam Speaker, the County Assembly received the budget estimates for the fiscal year 2020-2021 on 29th May 2020. After interrogating sectoral committee reports and the views of the public, the committee recommends the following to be undertaken in the fiscal year 2020-2021. 1. Budget estimates were submitted on 29th May 2020, later than it is stipulated in the PFM Act, which should have been on 30th April 2020. The estimates were subjected to public participation in the full awareness of the COVID-19 pandemic. 2. The committee observed that the total county revenue is not equal to the total expenditure proposed in the budget framework as required under PFM Act. The committee recommends for an amendment of the county total revenue against the proposed county total expenditure. 3. The estimates were not in line with the county fiscal strategy paper for fiscal year 2020-2021 approved by the Assembly. There is realigning of the schedules both in the first schedule, that is recurrent, and the second schedule, development. The schedule numbering have been changed and scaffolded. Committee recommends working with the county fiscal strategy paper schedules to have a standard system of coding. 4. There are many proposals from all departments requesting for funds for various projects. These were received after the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates were forwarded to the Assembly. This is a big challenge for the Budget and Appropriations Committee to intervene and allocate funds as proposed through sectoral committees. The committee requests that the proposals for more funds through sectoral committees be made through the Cabinet before the budget is done. The committee observed that there is a disconnect between the budget program-based proposals made at departmental levels and the budget forwarded by the CCM Finance. The committee recommends that the budgeting process be harmonized between respective departments and the Treasury. 5. The committee observed that SECEB and PWDs were both not allocated funds. The committee recommends that PWDs be allocated Kenya shillings 10 million and SECEB Kenya shillings 10 million. 6. The committee observed that the above sectoral committee reports from the Department of pending bills. The committee further notes that the pending bills have not been provided for in the budget estimates for fiscal year 2020-2021, and the total resource envelope has already been committed to priority programs. Further, the committee notes that all the audited pending bills were provided to the Assembly, and the committee was notified that the same were cleared in the fiscal year 2019-2020, hence the reason for many more development projects done within the fiscal year 2019-2020. The committee observed that there are additional recommendations from sectoral committee reports on additional operations and maintenance in various departments, some of them being health department, whereby funds are needed in level 3s and level 4 hospitals. The committee raised the issue with the executive committee member for finance. Consequently, the executive has submitted a report reallocating Kenya shillings 123 million for development to cater for operations and maintenance items that had not been budgeted for. 7. Pending bills are specific to work done at the ward or head office. During processing of the second supplementary budget for fiscal year 2019-2020, the committee received a letter, reference MCG/CT/1/74/C/119, dated 30th April 2020, from the Chief Officer County Treasury, which provided details of pending bills as follows. Total eligible pending bills per OAG's special report, Kenya shillings 942,362,606. Total amount paid, Kenya shillings, 652,664,459. Paid in April 2020, Kenya shillings, 34,876,943. Outstanding balance, Kenya shillings, 254,821,204. Summary of outstanding balance. Department of Health and Emergency Services. 1. Pestro Investments, LPO or LSO number 256,25606. Amount 759,344.40 Kenya shillings. Admas Products, LPO or LSO number 256,251.2. Amount 2,214,200 Kenya shillings. Department of Road and Roads and Transport, Trans-Africa Motors, LPO number 257,101.3 and 257,1112. Amount 30,980,544 Kenya shillings. Avik Shantui, LPO number 21228979. Amount 1,575,862 Kenya shillings. Achilles Materials Handling, LPO number 2128824. Amount 4.9 million Kenya shillings. Department of Water and Irrigation, Triple Investments, LPO number 257,124.7. Amount 10,607,732 Kenya shillings. Solar Photo Electricity, LPO number 257,1246. Amount 10,607,732 Kenya shillings. Santop Way Kenya Limited, LPO number 257,1245. Amount 15,619,282 Kenya shillings. CMC Motors, LPO number 257,1229. Amount 3,108,056 Kenya shillings. Prompt Creation Limited, LPO number 257,1243. Amounts 4,691,125 Kenya shillings. Plainfield Enterprises, LPO number 257,1244. Amounts 7,629,645 Kenya shillings. Subtotal 92,693,522 Kenya shillings. Various other pending bills as at 26th May 2020. As annexed, 157,794,682 Kenya shillings. Total pending bills. Kenya shillings 254,821,204 Kenya shillings. Madam Speaker, from the above analysis, it is clear that all the eligible pending bills were cleared in the fiscal year 2019-2020, hence the lack of development funds during the fiscal year. Any subsequent pending bills should have arisen in the fiscal year 2019-2020 and should have been provided for in the fiscal year 2019-2020 balances carried forward into the fiscal year 2020-2021. The committee was informed that the entire pending bills have been provided for in the respective departments in the fiscal year 2019-2020. The committee expects funds in the CRF as at 1st July 2020 to be strictly utilized to clear these pending bills. In addition, as stated earlier, pending bills are in relation to projects done in specific wards or departments. The Budget Committee therefore recommends that the development project funds for each ward provided for in the current fiscal year, that is 2020-2021, be utilized to first complete any incomplete projects in that given ward and pay in outstanding project pending bills for that ward before initiation of any new projects. 8. The committee observed that the Department of Water and Irrigation salaries and wages are less by Kenya shillings 28 million. The committee recommends that the matter be referred to the Cabinet and, if approved, be forwarded to the Assembly in future budgets for this financial year. 9. The committee recommends that the Assembly be provided with IFMIS printout of uploaded county budget from the National Treasury for the fiscal year 2020-2021 within 60 days from the date of this report. 10. The committee recommends that the actual county IFMIS report on county spending for fiscal year 2019-2020 be forwarded to the Budget and Appropriations Committee not later than 30th August 2020. 11. The committee is aware that in the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget, aerodrome and airstrip was allocated Kenya shillings 100 million, of which Kenya shillings 40 million was spent on survey. The CCM Finance informed the committee that the land was in dispute and the balance of Kenya shillings 60 million moved to pay pending bills. The CCM Finance is requesting for Kenya shillings 100 million in the fiscal year 2020-2021 for aerodrome and airstrip. The committee has approved the allocation to enable completion of the program. Since the committee was not furnished with details of the program, it recommends the matter be investigated by relevant government agencies. 12. The committee observed the list of staff to pay gratuity was not availed to ascertain the activity. The committee recommends reduction of the amount allocated to pay gratuity by Kenya shillings 100 million. 13. The committee observed that the salary is bloated and increasingly ballooning beyond proportions. The fiscal year 2020-2021 annual increment is by Kenya shillings 400 million. The committee recommends that the payroll be per department and a report on the number of employees be provided, and that County Public Service Board should provide the Assembly with an audited report on county employees within 60 days from the date of this report. The committee recommends that ECDE teachers and other county staff salaries be revised to the recommended government minimum wages. The community health volunteers were not allocated funds in the program, and the matter should be considered by the Cabinet and forwarded to this Honorable Assembly for approval. 14. The committee observed that salaries and agriculture reduced from Kenya shillings 250 million to Kenya shillings 185 million. It was further observed that recurrent expenditure for the Directorate of Cooperative Societies, including ATC, was lumped together with the recurrent expenditure for the whole Department of Agriculture. 15. The committee observed that there was no allocation for COVID-19 in the budget proposals forwarded and has allocated a vote head of Kenya shillings 50 million under the Department of Health in the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates. 16. The committee observed that the County Assembly is in the process of constructing a new chamber and recommends that the COVID-19 social seating arrangement be envisioned and incorporate new public health norms, ample underground parking, and accessibility infrastructure for persons with disabilities. The committee recommends that the designs for construction of the Assembly chamber be reviewed to agree with these requirements. The committee recommends implementation of all recommendations as annexed. Final recommendations. Madam Speaker, on the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates, the committee recommends the following allocations. Local revenue. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that local revenue be stated at 1,729,798,232 Kenya shillings for the fiscal year 2020-2021. The committee recommends that the resource envelope to consist of 8,039,100,000 Kenya shillings equitable share from national government and 1,729,798,232 Kenya shillings from local revenues, making up total revenue of 11,016,948,638 Kenya shillings. We look at the expenditure framework. Madam Speaker, the committee proposes expenditure framework of 11,16,948,638 Kenya shillings, comprising of recurrent expenditure of 7,338,055,006 shillings, which is 67%, and development expenditure of 3,678,893,632 Kenya shillings, which is a representation of 33% of the total budget. Compensation to employees is 5,679,712,000. Sorry, I repeat again. Compensation to employees is 5,679,712,576 Kenya shillings, which is a 52% representation of the total budget. Office of the Governor. Madam Speaker, the proposed expenditure for the Office of the Governor is 556,435,632 Kenya shillings, constituting of Kenya shillings 552,616,036 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 3,819,596 Kenya shillings for development. The committee recommends that the Office of the Governor be allocated 554,115,826 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 3,681,732 Kenya shillings for development. Department of Public Service, Labor and ICT. Madam Speaker, the proposed expenditure for the department is 634,117,237 Kenya shillings. That constitutes 613,059,000 Kenya shillings. That constitutes 613,059,230 Kenya shillings for recurrent budget and 21,118,007 shillings for development. The committee recommends that the recurrent expenditure be 395,750,188 Kenya shillings. The committee further recommends the development expenditure be 20,355,778 Kenya shillings that will include, among others, the following projects. Sorry, Madam Speaker, that is annexed in the entire report. We look at the trade, economic planning, and industrialization. Madam Speaker, the proposed total budget for the Department of Trade, Economic Planning, and Industrialization amounted to 164,009,922 Kenya shillings, constituting of 72,691,972 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 91,317,950 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends that the recurrent expenditure be 83,192,185 Kenya shillings and development expenditure of 147 million Kenya shillings. That includes the following projects. In Muvuti Kimakimu Ward, toilets, Katoloni, Wamani. Ndalani Ward, toilets, Kivingoni Market. Mwala Makutano Ward, market sheds. Mwala Makutano. In Makutano Market Shed, Chawango Market Shed, Mwala Market Drainage and Pavement, and 10 border sheds. In Mua Ward, no allocation. Lower Kaiwa Ward, Market Shed, Upper Kaani, Market Shed at Nzaikoni Market, border shed at Utulu Shopping Center, border shed at Lower Kaani, and 300 parasols. Ndivine, cloth market at Kayole Market, border sheds at Kwamodhike, Kayole Market, Canteen, Ndivine, Kawedhei, Masini, and Kasuvilo. Upper Kaewa / Iveti Ward, market sheds at Kidhungwini Market, border sheds Kwake Meu Market, Kengatuani Kwake Lea Market, market toilets, Midhanga Market, Kidhungwini Market, Midhanga and Kidhungwini. Mudhwani Ward, market sheds at Ngalalia, Mutituni Ward, toilets in Mutituni and market shed in Mutituni Market. Mumbuni North, construction of border sheds at Kateve Junction, Ivumbuni Junction, Mumbuni High School Junction. In Kalama Ward, social hall at Changala and market sheds at Kali. Mudedeni Ward, Kangemi Market modern toilet and Miu Market modern toilet. In Ikombe Ward, market sheds at Kenyatta Market, Kekesa Market, public toilets at Makutano, Kenyatta, Chasioni. Boda sheds, Mathingau, Mambadhana, Chasioni, and Gangani. Kiva Ward, boda sheds at Kavenge, Kithioko, Endei, Kaewa. Toilets in City Market and Kive, and Kithioko Market, Masako, ETDC, and Kavenge. At the River Township, public toilets at Kasuitu, Bondeni, and City Cotton. Market sheds at Jam City. Kibauni Ward. Market sheds at Green Grocers, Tulia Market, Ikalasa Market, Ndwangangu Market, boda sheds at Kiteteni Market, modern toilets at Ndwangu Market. Boda sheds at Kiteteni Market, market sheds at Kilala, and boda sheds at Mutula Market. Kangundo West. Toilets at Kadhana Market, Kidhongoni Market, which is in Siandi, Mbusiani Market, Kakuyuni Market, and Chevaluki Market, which requires renovation. Matungulu West. Construction of storm drainage line in, Madam Speaker, in Ekalakala Ward, we have storm drainage line in Ekalakala Market. Machakos Central Ward, market sheds in Uhuru Market. Modesha Ward, market sheds at Makutano and Wambani Markets. Toilets, Kikomba, Manyata, and Madenge. Kadhiani Central, market sheds, Kadhiani Market, Lita Market, and Kadhiani Animal Shed Auction Center. Boda sheds, Joy Market, Mutuyu Market. Toilets, Mutitu Market, Kadhiani Bus Park, Mbe Market, and Lumbwa Market. Mulolongo Sokimau, boda sheds at Kasina, Dreamland, and Sabaki. And lastly, under that department, Kidimani Ward at Kitengela Center. Department of Finance and Revenue Management. Madam Speaker, the total proposed allocated budget for the Department of Finance and Revenue Management is 458,949,730 Kenya shillings, constituting of 402,285,885 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 56,663,845 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends 422,545,883 Kenya shillings for recurrent expenditure and 41,618,632 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee further recommends that the department procures automated software to manage revenue collection using the allocations given under Program 8, that is under development expenditure. We look at decentralized units and urban areas. Madam Speaker, the proposed total budget for Department of Decentralized Units and Urban Areas is 525,326,701 Kenya shillings, constituting of 479,514,701 Kenya shillings for recurrent expenditure and 45,812,000 Kenya shillings for development. The committee recommends 393,514,702 Kenya shillings for recurrent expenditure and 44,158,471 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. We look at the Department of Agriculture, Food Security and Cooperative Development. Madam Speaker, the proposed total budget for the Department of Agriculture, Food Security and Cooperative Development is 12,305 Kenya shillings, constituting of 247,157,144 Kenya shillings for recurrent, and 325,855,161 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends 260,157,143 Kenya shillings for recurrent expenditure and 311,093,813 Kenya shillings for development expenditure on the following projects. In Matungulu East, chicks worth 500,000. Lower Kaiwa, chicks, 2,000 chicks worth 200,000. Divini, chicks, 1 million. Upper Kaiwa, agriculture wares. Kwangoma River, Iviani where, Kwa Mateta River where, Kwa Ekutani where, Imbani where. Seeds of 500,000, chicks 500,000, fertilizers 500,000. Wamonyo, motorcycle for artificial insemination services. Rehabilitation of cattle dips at Kwa Mwathe and artificial insemination cylinder with a capacity of 50 kgs. Mumbuni North, we have chicks allocated 500,000. Kangundo Central, indigenous chicks 1.5 million Kenya shillings. Greenhouses 1.5 million Kenya shillings. Matetan cattle dip at construction at 2.5 million. Modedeni Ward, cattle dips 300,000 at Kaliambeu, Ngamba, Miu, Modedeni, Wandure. Chicks worth 500,000. Ikombe Ward, cattle dips rehabilitation at Kivunga, Kenyatta, Mayuni. Chicks worth 500,000 and fuel for graders and that department of 500,000. At the River Township, completion of Embakasi cattle dip. Kibauni Ward, improved Kenyeji chicks worth 800,000. Fertilizers, seeds, water pipes for local farmers at Kamu water projects, and pumping machines. Kangundo North, chicks for the farmers. Machakos Central, chicks worth 10 million. Kathiani Central Ward, chicks worth 350,000. Metaboni Ward, free seeds and fertilizer worth 1.5 million. Free chicks worth 1.5 million Kenya shillings. Greenhouses worth 3 million. We look at the Department of Water, Irrigation, Environment and Natural Resources. Madam Speaker, the proposed total budget for the Department of Water, Irrigation, Environment and Natural Resources is 570,894,113 Kenya shillings, constituting of 90,779,699 Kenya shillings for recurrent and Kenya shillings 480,114,414 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends that the recurrent expenditure of 49,779,699 Kenya shillings and development expenditure of 589,468,560 Kenya shillings to cater for the following projects in addition to the executive projects. Muvuti Kimakimwe, Kiseveni Bohol, Mwanyani Bohol, Chamolu Bohol, Kadama Bohol. Dam, Kosio Mwangai Dam, Kalumoni Dam. Ndalani Ward, Kiaoni B, Bohol. Matungulu East, Mwatati Primary Bohol, Mumoni Primary School Bohol, St. Joseph Kadeka Bohol, Kwavotoi Kambusu Bohol, Edhoni Primary School Bohol. Mua Ward, Chaimoto Dam, Vota Bohol, Mukuyu Bohol, Emiliani Bohol powering and reticulation, Idhaini Bohol solar panel powering. Lower Kaiwa Ward, boreholes at ABC Kisovo, Modalabi Thatani Kauti, Katitu Technical and Training Institute, Milani, Kasioni, Kalala, Kombo Primary School in Kidhia, Kadhuni, Kwasoi. Kangundo East, borehole drilling and powering and reticulation. at Matumani, Kinyungu, Utumoni, Mosusie, Imilini, kwa Mosaundolo, Ivutu, Kihatani, which is in Kavilinguni, Kivi, Kivuyani, Ngongoni, Kadhome. That is borehole cleaning. In Didhini Ward, drilling of boreholes at Tana Bridge, Tana Ranch, Mananja AP Post, Kasuvilo Market. Desilting of dams at Kevingoni and Kavombo dams. New other dams at Green Farm. Water reticulation, Mori Farm boreholes. Whereas at Mio, Yanganga and Masiana. Upper Kaiwa stroke Iveti. Boreholes at Kitengei, Chamwe, Kalunga and Midanga. Pipes, 200 pieces, and tanks with a capacity of 10,000. Tanks worth 250,000. Mudhwani Ward, provision of 3 boreholes. Mutituni Ward, borehole at Mbukoni, drilling and equipping. Kikumba Water Project, harvesting. Kwa Motaki Dam, distilling. Sinai Dam, Kizakini Water Project, desilting and reticulation. Kwa Ngomo borehole. Katenge borehole, powering and equipping. Zoweni Polytechnic borehole. Kola Ward. Borehole at Mumando Market. Whereas at Minyanala River, Chamonyu River, Chawalia Dispensary. Dam at Kitonyini Market and Meani Village. Rehabilitation of Lumbwa Dam. Water reticulation from Iumi to Kola Village. Wamunyo Ward. Dams. Manzoni Dam, Movuti Dam, Kwamolei Dam, and Chengai Dam. Boreholes. Drilling. Kilemba borehole, Center borehole, Nunga borehole, Mwasua borehole, Kambitha, which is distribution and powering. Sinking of boreholes. Savo Market, Kayani Market, Kiriani Market, Yadui Market, and at school, mentally school at Mbaikini. Momboni North, Kwambonga, where rehabilitation. Kiangini water tank and distribution. Kadese, where rehabilitation. Mukune, borehole equipping. Kasinga, borehole drilling and equipping. Mongala, borehole drilling and equipping. Piping and accessories for Manza B borehole. Miwongo ni borehole drilling and equipping. Kalama Ward, boreholes at Kinoi Primary School, Ivuti Earth Dam, Kwangai Kiatuni, Katunda Earth Dam. Kangundo Central, Kanzokea borehole, Ngolini borehole, Muisoni Secondary School borehole. Masinga Central, borehole at Musuma Market. Modhetheni Ward, Kaliambeu borehole drilling and equipping. St. Martin borehole equipping. Chadhivo, Kwa Kimbo, drilling and installation. Malani borehole. Matungulu North, borehole at Kwa Kitonyi. Iteta ni borehole distribution and powering. Donyo Sabuk, park drilling and powering. Ikombe Ward, boreholes Kwa Mosembi, Kituluni, Kanguma, Kadhamani, Kidhoma, Kavingo, Musingi, Kidhangadhini, Malivini, and equipping of borehole at Kaamani. Whereas at Kakindu, Kidhoma, Kitololo, Mangwetu, Mwitasiano, Kitangaga, Uvaini, and borehole at Kavingo. Katangi, Kadhihani borehole, Iyani borehole, Ngaindethie borehole, Kiamani Primary borehole, Kavingo borehole, Katangi dam fencing, pumping water, and pumping water through the grass. Kiva, boreholes at Katisa Angomeni and Iyani. Pipes for reticulation at Kamangulu and Kadhomba Water. Purchase of 10,000 liters water tanks for schools and markets. Ielandi borehole powering and reticulation of Ngomala borehole and 6 weirs across the ward. Tala Ward, Katine Technical College borehole, St. Mary Catholic Church borehole, Chakatulu Ngwata Nioyawendo borehole, Nguluni borehole already operational and requires reticulation. Dhomewa Ngonda borehole. Siandhi Secondary School borehole. Chamole water spring in Kiliku. Ngomeni Primary School borehole. Kinanie, Daystar, Kinanie, and Kilili. All the three require new boreholes. Water accessories. Tanks worth 1 million. Pipes, half-inch worth 1 million. Pipes, quarter-inch worth 1 million. Rehabilitation of Ivuku Dam. Rehabilitation of Kwakasau Dam. Cheleni Ward. Drilling a new borehole at Kasioni Primary School. At River Township. Drilling, distillation and equipping at Kanani Slums, KMC Old Market, Ole Sheikh. And construction of dam at Ole Sheikh. Kibauni Ward. Repair at Kwambiti Borehole. Construction and fencing of new dams. Kwanga. Request for water tank at Kalasa Market. Drilling borehole Mia Italu. Endau Dama at Kivani Construction. New borehole at Cheni Primary School. Kamu Water Projects. Scooping of Kasengela or Konzen Dams. Water tanks for Tulila Market. New dam at Kwa Chaka. Scooping Kwa Matinga Dam. Water tanks at Ndoangu Market and installation of solar at boreholes. Kwa Kasimu Kadhiani Scooping. Tulila Dispensary Water Tank. Kwa Mbalu Boreholes Pipings for extension. Kilala Dispensary Water Tank. Pipes for Mutula Borehole and Water Tank. Water tanks for Kilala Market. Dhana Boreholes, which requires sinking and equipping. Kangundo West. Siandhi Salvation Army borehole requires equipping and reticulation. Kwandeto borehole, tank and distribution. Kwa Kabaya borehole, equipping and reticulation. Mukunike High School borehole, distribution, pipes. Kitongi Primary School boreholes requires tanks and pipes. Kwa Jimmy Dam rehabilitation. Modhwani borehole requires sinking and equipping. Kwa Mbanzivu borehole, sinking and equipping. Busiani borehole requires a tank and distribution. Sionamu borehole, sinking and equipping. Kakuyuni Market borehole, sinking and equipping. Kamukwa borehole in Kakudha requires sinking and equipping. Kwa Cheti Dam rehabilitation. Chevaluki Primary School borehole, distribution of pipes. Q borehole, sinking and equipping. Kangundo North. Water boreholes at Ndunduni, Kwa Mwanzia, Mbilini, Kiliku, Ketue, and also requires rehabilitation of Kwa Job borehole. Water wares. Mutondoni River and Duvoini River. 3 wares in each of the 2 rivers. Spring waters. Kwa Dhamba, spring water, and Muselele Water Springs. Masi Vula Ward. Boreholes at Vulia, Kadeka, and Kavumbu. Drifts. Katuta River, Kwa Mumbu River, Eyuni River, Kwa Kieti River, Kikelenzo, Kazuna, Mikoyo River, and Zevea. All those require weirs. Matungulu West. Drilling of boreholes at Muka Salvation Army Church. Weirs. Across Chawa River to Peter Maingi. Across Chawa River to Kalandini, Mukengesia Secondary School, borehole equipping and reticulation. Ekalakala. Boreholes equipping and drilling and reticulation at Isyukoni Market, Wambo Market, Wambengi Market, Kiimani Village. Machakos Central. Borehole. Metumba Market, Grogon, Lower Kiandani. Distilling of dams, Kwanzoi Dam, Banya Dam, and supply of 10 water tanks. Modesia Ward. Boreholes at Manyata, Lungulweni, Kikule or Changuku, Kiliku, Kamaimba, and Mwendwa. Kathiani Central. Muikambe Water Project completion, and boreholes at equipping of borehole at Lita Market, new borehole at Kathiani Market, AAC Motitu, Kitie Secondary, Kalandini Market. Dams, Kayani, Kitie Kimanga. Weirs, Kayani, Kikunuani, Kwa Kevuva, Muvuike, Muva, Mukukuni. Mlolongo Syokimau Ward. upgrading of boreholes at Kasina, Police, and Phase 3. Mitaboni Ward, boreholes at Mwanga, Manzoni, Chawanyinge, Kingongoi, Dhino, Kwale. Reticulation of water at Mitaboni, Miumboni, Madhunya, Ngiini. Distribution of water tanks in all primary and secondary schools. Still at Mitaboni Ward, new water line, Madam Speaker, at Matu Ward. We have a new water line from Matu, Kivandeni, Kamu, Katolani, and Kwamatu. Drilling and equipping of boreholes at Kamu, Kitambazi, Chanzavi, and powering of Katolani and Kosau boreholes. Drilling and reticulation of Kakumeni borehole, powering of Kwanzoka borehole, new water line from Malikiti. At Kidimani Ward, clearing and cleaning of Yata Canal, fencing of Kalokuni Dam, fencing of Motaki Dam, fencing of Kwakitema borehole, drilling of Kwakitema borehole, and Kwakitema having a dam at Kwakitema, and also sinking a borehole at Kavoke. Mbiuni Ward, installation and powering of boreholes at Kwamotia, Mango, and Kombe. Drilling and installation and powering of new boreholes at Chambo Primary School, Utidhini Primary School, Kikaya Community, Kendaluma Community. Drilling only of boreholes at Kimangu Community and Kadhioli Primary School. Madam Speaker, we look at Department of Health and Emergency Services. Madam Speaker, the proposed total budget for the Department of Health and Emergency Services is 4,118,072,319 Kenya shillings, constituting of 3,551,240,609 Kenya shillings for recurrent expenditure and 566,831,710 Kenya shillings for development. The committee recommends Kenya shillings 3,551,240,610 Kenya shillings for recurrent expenditure and 546,372,604 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends the implementation of the projects as follows. Muvuti Kimakimu Ward, renovations, Wondeni Dispensary, Ikulu Dispensary. Ndalani Ward, construction of, Matungulu East Ward, construction of Katuanya Dispensary. Mwala Makutano, construction of Chawango Health Center. Lower Kaiwa Ward, completion of Emiline Dispensary. Construction of a maternity ward at Kitunduni Dispensary. Renovation of Kidhia Dispensary. Kangundo East Ward. Construction of dispensary at Kidhini and equipping of Iyaituni Dispensary. Didhini Ward, construction of lab at Ndela Dispensary. Construction of maternity wards at Mananja Health Center and Kiatineni Dispensaries. Upper Kaiwa Stroke Iveti. A new health center at Medanga and Kaviani level 3 completion. Mudwani Ward, renovation of Novaini Dispensary and addition of Block 5. Renovation and addition of a block at Kwakalusia Dispensary. Motituni Ward, fittings and plastering or painting at Kamodanga level 3 Hospital. Wamunyo Ward. Completion of Kayani Dispensary Staff Quarter. Completion of Nyani Dispensary. Mumbuni North. A new dispensary at Kwamusyoka. Kalama Ward. Mutuyu Dispensary and construction of a new facility at Kakalia. Masinga Central. Construction of new facilities at Kwakatu and Kithambioni. Mudhedheni. Completion of Mudhedheni Level 3. Matungulu North. Completion of facilities at Kitambasi Health Center and Kaseve Dispensary. Tala Ward. Completion of Sengani Health Center, Shaume Dispensary, and construction of a dispensary at Katine. Cheleni Ward. Construction of new Nzambani Dispensary and another one at Ndulia Village. Kibaoni Ward. Completion of Katulani Level 3 Health Center. Completion of a waiting bay at Ikalasa Dispensary. Construction of some toilets, modern toilets at Ikalasa Dispensary. And equipping Ikalasa Dispensary with beds, bed sheets, and construction of a new gate. Construction of a new dispensary at Siombo and having water tanks supplied there. Supply of water tanks at Tulila Dispensary. Equipping of maternity rooms with beds and sheets and curtains at Kilala Dispensary. Kangundo West. Expansion of Kadana Dispensary. Construction of a new facility at Kawedhei. Kekalu Dispensary new renovation, as well as Chevaluki Dispensary. Kangundo North. Construction of new facilities at Chelendu and Kawauni. Masi Vulia. This allocation of funds for construction of a facility at Kadeka. Matungulu West. Construction of toilet blocks and equipping of the hospital at Katangini Dispensary. Toilet block construction and equipping at Kidhuani Dispensary. Equipping of Kidhuani Dispensary and reticulation of water. Ekalakala Ward. Powering and wiring of Mzukini Health Center. Powering and wiring of Kwawanzilu Health Center. Powering and wiring of Kakuku Health Center. And construction of Makayauni Health Center. Machakos Central. Kosiomomo, completion of Kosiomomo and Mavivie dispensaries. Modesia, construction of facility at Kikomba. Kadhiani Central Ward, equipping of Kikunuani dispensary. Mololongo Syokimau Ward, construction of health center in phase 3. Kidhimani, Modesia Ward. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I beg to repeat on that. Kidhimani, Modesia Dispensary. Madam Speaker, we look at the Department of Roads, Transport and Public Works. Madam Speaker, the proposed total allocation for the Department of Roads, Transport and Public Works is 1,196,276,081 Kenya shillings, constituting of 147,340,664 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 1,048,935,417 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends that the recurrent expenditure be 172,340,664 Kenya shillings, while that of the development expenditure be at 1,109,876,646 Kenya shillings. This is to enable the facilitation of the following projects. Muvute Kimakimwe, Changundi to Kalumoni Road, Mekoini Kaseve Road, and have gabions at Queens and also at Kadayoni Roads. Ndalani Ward, to have a bridge at Languni, grading and marraming of Tuvandani Lower, Matangini Road, grading and marraming of Bembani to Kidiololo Road, a drift at Ovoine, a drift at Kaliala, and grading and marraming of Kwamodosi to Ovoni Market. Matongulo East, grading and marraming of Ndunu Nemwar Tate Road, grading of Kalala to Katulie Market Road, grading and marraming of Maculate Kingoti Uhuru Market, grading and marraming of Kinyui Girls to Katuluni Danger Market, grading and marraming of Igulutuini Farmers Cooperative Society to Ndu Market through to Danger Market. And Mala Wakutano having 4 drifts and various culverts cutting across the roads within that ward. Mua Ward, grading and marraming of Center of Excellence to Mikuyu Road, grading and marraming of Katedia Kanani Road, grading and marraming of Katedia Chanda Road. Lower Kaiwa, drifts at Kiusi River at Kafoka, Mbuni, Umande River kwa Makombe, Idhani River near Coffee Factory kwa Mosela, Kiusi River, Ivosia, Calvary. Mumbuni Northward. Drifts at Ikungu Kiangini, Kasinga Changanga, Kinyoni Ngengeta. Maraming of roads at Crossroad Kwa Madhani to Kwa Mwange Road. Tumba AIC Choloni Road. Kwa Kati Kisoni Catholic Church Road. Kwa Nkati Bridge Rehabilitation. And Dhome Ivumbuni Road, which requires maraming. Kalama Ward. Grading and maraming, as well as installation of culverts at Chuluni, Mutoyu, Kalama Road, Kwa Kitolo, Mbukuni, Yaida Road, Kwa Mwau, Konza Police Post, Kwa Kadeke, Primary School Road, Kimutwa Chasioni, Mbukuni Road, Mutoyu, Kisauni, Primary School Road, Kwa Mutisia, Chanzasu Road, that requires gabions. ABC Kiatu ni Kwa Ndeto Mwanyani Road requires grading and maraming. Kangundo Central. Kwa Kimatu, Moisoni Factory Masewani Primary School to ABC Masewani Road, grading and maraming. Kwa Kimatu, Kambai, Kikoikoni, Mwanyani, Kidatani Road, grading, maraming and culverting. Kwa Akamba, Kilalani Primary, Kilalani Factory, Ngini Market, grading, maraming and culverting. Kanzia Market, Mulingane Market, Chaka Market Road, grading, maraming and culverting. Masinga Central. Drifts and gabions at Chaani, Makutano Yandei, Makila, Tulimyumbu, Makongeni, Mikuyuni, Katodhia, and Kidayoni. Grading and maraming, as well as culverting, of Katuli Makutano Road, Kikumini Masinga Road, Katodhia Masinga Road. Mudhedheni Ward. Grading and maraming of the following roads. Mudhedheni Primary Junctions, Kwa Masista, Kaiwa, Yangila Market, Ndwake River Road. Mbani Road, Kivoni Junction, Mbani Market, Kikumini Chedhivo Junction Road. Yondoni, Utalii, Maluini, Mudhedheni Girls Junction roads. That requires grading, maraming, and having culverts. Drifts at Uwai River. Embui Road requires grading, having drifts as well. Yondoni River, Utalii, Maluini, Mudhedheni Girls Junction requires maraming and graveling. Mio Boys, Kilumuni Primary requires grading and maraming and repair of Mio Drift. Mavitini, Kidoya Junction requires graveling and maraming. Malani, Kionyweni, Kato Deep Junction Road requires a drift at Iyuni River. Matungulu North. A bridge at Kwakavuku. Maraming and grading of Kisitimani Wendano footpath. A drift along Mololongo, Tungunga. Another drift at Maindaindo. Another one at Kwa Kilundo. Another one at Kwa Mutwewa. Culverts and sport improvement at Kituluni Kitambazi Road. Grading and maraming at Katulie Chumbuni Road, as well as Mololongo Tungunga Road. Construction of a drift at Madheini. And graveling and maraming, grading and maraming of Kwalusia to Itetani Road, Ikombe Ward. Grading and maraming, Kalei to Gidoma to Yamumbo Road, Kalei to Moindi to Ngumo Road, Kaliambeu to Mwetasiano Road, Kivani to Ngumo Road, Kamani Ngumo Road, Ndalasiani Chasioni Road, Kitheuni Kiimani Road, Kionyweni Makutano Road, Madhingao Kionyweni Road, Kikesa Kanguma Road. Drifts at Kamanzini, Kikelenzu, Kingelu, Mangweti, Manyenyoni. Katangi drifts at Mekilingi, Kavaka, John Kidisia. Graveling, grading, stone blasting and drainage at Ndivoni, Joseph Monyao Road. Graveling, grading, bush clearing and drainage at Musewai, Kiamani Market Road. Adrift at Nzesia. Grading and maraming of Kisaani, Kiukuni Road, as well as Kitoni, Utuamoni, AIC Road. And lastly, 238 Road to Kiamani Market Road, Kiva Ward. Adrift at Kwandu along Mukengesia River, repair of Mukengesia Drift and construction of new drift at Ndooni River, grading and maraming of Kavenge to Ngomola. Tala Ward, maraming, grading and drift at Kiseko, culverts at Katini Shopping Center, maraming and grading at Nduani Siande Road, repair of Kwa Katadha Bridge, Upper Manza, Kwa Malive, Kwa Sami, Ndiwacha Molendo Ngonda, Tamak Junction, grading and maraming, Ngonda, Muselele, Sengane, Mukalombuani Road, grading and maraming. Kinani Ward, grading and maraming of Nyani, Killing Road. ABC, Kisilo, Lower Kalimani, Shell, grading and maraming. Grading and maraming, as well as culverting of Itimboni, Kwarecho Road. Cheleni, construction of slab with drainage and culverts at Kimanza. Grading, maraming and culverting at Cheleni Kitoni Road. Culverting and maraming of Matu Ngalele Road, as well as grading. Grading, culverting and maraming of Matu Kwale Road at the River Township. Grading, maraming and drainage systems at Stashik, Jogwini, KMC Road. Mavosco, Kwamangeli, 39 Bridge Road. Rokana Junction, Slaughter Site Road. Kitanga Site, Westgate, Bondeni Road. Embakasi Acacia, Guest House Road. Construction of cabros at Madaraka, Sawa Sounds. Renovation of Kasuito Bridge. Construction of box culverts at Ole Sheikh, Kibauni Ward. Grading and maraming and bush clearing of Ikalasa, Mwangoni to Konza Road. Kivane to Kisoni Road. Kivane to Viani. Kibalani to Kibauni to Kikumini. Katolani to Kiunduani Road. Katolani to Mukaa Road. Tulila to Vanga Road. Kadhiani to Kwa Komo Road. Ikalasa to Kibauni Hill, Kwa Mbiti Road. Kangundo West. Grading and maraming of Kadhana to Kumale Road. Having a drift at Ngitini Bridge. Grading of Kwanyeta Roads. Grading and maraming.
Point of order. Honorable Kisila, what's the order about?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the chairman is doing a very good job, but we can accept his annexure instead of him reading all the projects. We can accept in the House his annexure so that we can save time. Otherwise, we'll be here until midnight, past curfew.
Point of
order,
objection.
Madam Speaker.
Point of objection, Madam Speaker.
We are interrupting the reading of the report. Honorable Dominic, please carry on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll continue with Kangundo West Ward. I was at grading and marraming of Mukunike High School to Kionyweni through AIC Road. Grading and marraming of Kawedhei Kwalisa Road. Grading and marraming of Kawedhei to Kadhiani Road. Grading and marraming of Kwanguta Kakuyuni Factory Roads. And that also requires gabions. Kankundo North. Grading and marraming, as well as culverting of Mayuni, Kikambuani, Kadhidiama Road, Kikambuani, Kwangenge Road, Kikambuani, Chelendu Road, Kawauni, Kikambuani Road, Kikambuani, Kinyambu Road, Masi Vulia Ward. Bush clearing, grading and marraming at Kanduna, Kaduke, Dwake Road, Masi Kitoone Road. 04 Market, Mosini Primary School, Riverside Market through Kasuna River to Kaduke Katoloni Market Road. Masi Main Road to Muthei Market through Ilinge Market to Kwaketi Drift, connecting to Kadheka Market Road. Masi SDA Kikelenzo Market, Ngoloni Market through Mekoyoni River, connecting Kwanguli to Kavumbu Road. Vulia through Kwakalu Market, Katula Market through Ngunini Drift, connecting to Kwakadhika Main Road. Kadheka Market to Kakoi through to Mosini. Kwangondi Market to Kwamwei Mbondeni Road. Vulia Market Kitula Kwakadhike Main Road. Matungulu West, grading, marraming and gabions at Kisukioni, Matuma Mwetu Roads. Box culverts at Kisukioni, Matuma Mwetu Kwa Monyasia Road, as well as Koma Hill to Matuma Mwetu Road. Kwandolo, St. Thomas Catholic Church. Iviane to Matakudha Road. Kisukioni, Makutano, Kwa Modhano, Kwanzomo Road. Katangini to Kikatini Road. Kwambalasi to Ndovoini Road. Motalia to Kwam Ken Road. Fadhahiran Junction to Kwangi Primary School Road. Makutano to Siolongoni Road. Katangini kwa Motula Kwangi Primary School Road. Ekalakala Ward. Grading and marraming. Wambo to Vaine Road. Wambo Road to Mikameni Road. Kwa Wanzilo to Itondomweno Road. Kakongo Market to Kwa Molinga Roads. Machakos Central. Marraming and installation of gabions. Kinyumu Road from Chambuko to Tana Shopping Center. Kitui Road through AIC Katetani to Kwa Kalungu. Green Pastures to Katetani Shopping Center. Kwa Malaika Road through Kivutini Kwa Motiso to Chambuko Road. Kwa Simon Road through Watema AIC to Kitui Road at Kwa Nyayo. St. Valentine through Kingangani, Ikokani Primary to Kwa Senge. Kadhiani Road through Mayuni AIC Kwa Museko Munyaka to Kwa Senge. As well as provision of fuel for grading of roads worth 500,000. Modesia Ward. Grading and marraming of Kikomba Stage to Makutano Road. Modesia Lungulweni Road. Makutano Kwambo Mataka Road. Makutano Misoni Iyani Road. Milaani Kakoyoni Road. Kiudhea to Madhenge Road. Culverts at Makutano Misoni. Stage Kwa Monywa. Kikule Kavuti Culverts. Kavuti Kikule. Modesia Kwambo. Kikomba Stage Kwa Kalanga. And Kwa Viki Kadhiani. Kadhiani Central. Grading and marraming. As well as culverting. Kwanzaku Mukanyi Ngoleni Road. Kalunga Kalandini Konambaya Road. Kwa Loko Kikunuani Kwa Kala Kadhangadhini Road. Mutuyu Kasaini Kadhiani Road. Ndaleni Dhumbi Soweto Road. Lumbwa Siloam Road. Kivutini kwa Vongo Road, Kikunuani Mukuyuni Road, Mutuyu Mukanyi Road, Misuni Mukukuni Road, Lumbwa Siloam Bridge Repair, Choluni Ndongoni Bridge Construction, Isyukoni Kasaini Road Bridge, Mutungoni Kwakala Bridge, Mlolongo Syokimau Ward. Draining of Police Road via Health Center Road, construction of Gossip Bridge, draining and maraming of Family Bank Road, draining of Impala Road, as well as excavating cotton soil and laying of articles. Biashara Street, grading and maraming, and grading of Link Road at Katani, and having a community road at Katani. Mitaboni Ward, grading and maraming, Kitoni, Madunya, Misoni Road, Miumboni, Kwale Road, Mukukuni, Sulunguni, Koma Road, Keno, Manzoni Road, Mitaboni, Dhinu Road, drifts and culverts at Mbuku, Kwa Obed, Madunya, Mitaboni, Dhinu Road. Matu Ward, grading and graveling of Matu Malikiti Road, and installation of culvert lines. Drifts at Masewani Kikule, as well as Kwanya Yavumboni Road, same to Matu Equity Road. Grading maraming of Mbingoni to Kwanya Road through Father Albanas Musioka's home. Kedimani Ward, Kondo Kadulini Drift, Kwa Masula Drift. Grading and maraming of Mamba Vota Road, Makutano Mavia Atatu Road, grading and maraming of Kwamaka Kaditu Road, Kedimani Sophia Road, Yata Canal Road, Kamwaini culverts installation, and installation of culverts at Kauduluni Kondo Road. Mbiuni Ward, allocation of fuel worth 1 million Kenya shillings for grading of roads across the ward. Construction of drift at Kadama Modwani, another one at Kaba Nya, another one at Utidini Katitika, another one at Kadama Kwa Masai, maraming and having gabions and drifts repair of Kivandini Labor Road. Madam Speaker, we look at the Department of Education, Skills Training and Social Welfare. Madam Speaker, the proposed total budget for the Department of Education, Skills Training and Social Welfare is 463,949,122 Kenya shillings, constituting of 308,756,070 of Kenya shillings for recurrent and 155,182,410 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends 334,170,969 Kenya shillings for recurrent expenditure and 261,090,927 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends that Kenya shillings 10 million allocated for PWDs be spent as follows: Kenya shillings 3 million for PWDs sports, Kenya shillings 3 million for PWD revolving fund, and Kenya shillings 4 million for mobility equipment. The committee recommends implementation of projects under that department as follows: Muvutiki Makimo Ward, construction of Kalumoni Polytechnic, ECDE at Kaseve Primary, Kiseveni Primary, Kakindoni Primary, Kivandini Primary, Kimakimo Primary School, Kadayoni Primary School, Kitulu Primary School, Katoloni Primary School. Ndalani Ward, construction of 3 ECDE classes within the ward. Matungulu East Ward, ECDE classes at Kambusu, Itheuni, Mwatati, Katuanya, Wamani, Mumoni, Chedoyo, Ikulutuini, Katuluni, and Kadeka primary schools. Lower Kaiwa, ECDE classes at Modala Primary School, Kauti Primary School, Kidhungweni Primary School, Kikombi Primary School, Emilini Primary School. Kangundo East, ECDE classes at Kaseveni ECDE and Kadhome Primary School. Ndivini Ward, ECDE classes at Matema Primary School, Mananja Primary School, Kavelila Primary School, Katuli Primary School. Apakewa Stroke Iveti Ward, ECDE classes at Kitengei, Kalunga, Kikawani, Iveti Primary School. Equipping of Chamwe Youth Polytechnic and Kaliluni Youth Polytechnic. Mudwani Ward. Construction of a double block at Dovoini Polytechnic. Mutituni Ward. Construction of 2 ECDE classes. Kola Ward. Construction of ECDE classes at Iyuni Primary School, Busiani Primary School, Mboani Primary School, Menyala Primary School, Kikumbo Primary School, Kaviuni Primary School, Ianzoni Primary School, Kwa Mbaluku Primary School. And having a class at Mumando School for the Disabled. Wamunyu Ward. ECDE classes, classrooms at Manzoni Primary School, Ndoluku Primary School, Mangolota Primary School, Mbaikini Primary School, Kidhiani Primary School. Mumbuni North, ECDE classrooms at Kiangini Primary School, Changoli Primary School, Miwongoni, Kasinga Primary School. Kalama Ward, ECDE classes at Ivutini, Chanzasu, Chandili, and Mutoyu. Kangundo Central. Equipping of Chai Polytechnic as well as Masewani Polytechnic. Ngulini, construction of ECDE classrooms at Ngulini, Chaka, Kanzokea, Molingana, Kambai, Bondoni, and Chai. Masinga Central. Construction of Kivudi Polytechnic. Mudedeni. Facelifting of Ngenda Youth Polytechnic. Matungulu North. ECDE centers at Kalangaita, Kangao, Keduyani, and construction of a toilet facility at Kwamumo ECDE Center. Ikombe Ward, ECDE classrooms at Chasioni, Kidhangaini, Ngangani, Tulima, Kalandini, and renovation of Kaliambeu Madhingao Polytechnic. Kiva Ward. ECDE classes at Kituneni Primary School, Kamunyu Primary School, Mukengesia Primary School, and construction of a dormitory within that school. Tala Ward. ECDE classes at Siande Primary School, Kikatini Primary School, Mokalua Primary School. Kinani. Basketball courts, balls, netballs, footballs, and netballs worth 1 million for sports and nurturing of talents. Cheleni Ward, ECDE classrooms, 3 of them across the ward. At River Township, refurbishment and equipping of youth polytechnic at Kongowea. Renovation of ECDE classrooms at St. Paul's Primary. Construction of new ECDE classrooms at Kanani Primary, Mavoko Primary, and Mbakasi Primary. Construction of perimeter wall at Ngei 2 Sports Field. Construction of recreational center at Makadara Market. Kibaoni. Construction of new ECDE centers at Motivi, Etooni, Tulila, and Kwanza Primary School, Kenze Primary School, Chandui and Chalavo Primary School, as well as Kibaoni, construction of a classroom at Kibaoni Vocational Center. University and college scholarships, bursaries to be allocated at 1 million. Kangundo West. Construction of new ECDE classrooms at Kwandeto Primary School. Renovation of Mukuneke ECDE. A new ECDE at Kikondeni Primary School. And renovation of Kamwanyani Vocational Training Center. Kangundo North. New ECDE centers at Mbiline Primary School, Kadinzioni, and Kanzalu. Massive Yula Ward. Construction of new ECDE classrooms at Kaduki Primary School, Ngoloni Primary School, Mayani Primary School, Molau Primary School, Iyani B Primary School, Chanda Primary School. Matungulu West. Building ECD classes at St. Lawrence Catholic Church, Comaranch Primary School, Ekalakala Ward. Construction of dormitory at Ekalakala Vocational Training Center. New ECDE classrooms construction at Kadhini, Kwakalunde, Wambo, and Kakuku, Malanzao. Machakos Central. Flattening of Kusiomomo football field. Modesia. New ECD centers at Mwendwa, Modesia, Milane, Z. Equipping of Misoni and Lungulweni Youth Polytechnics. Kadhiani Central Ward. Construction of ECDE classrooms at Isiukoni, Choloni, Motondoni, and Kitie Misoni Primary Schools. Mulolongo, Siokimau. Construction and upgrading of existing playing grounds at Sabaki and Siokimau. Construction of a youth center at Mulolongo, supporting CBOs, youth and women groups. Mentorship, having mentorship programs across the world. Construction of an ECDE classroom at Ngwata Primary School, as well as Mulolongo Primary School. Mitaboni Ward. New ECDE classrooms at Kwale, Madunya, Miumboni, Dhino, Kwamonda, Kalicha, and Kasiovea Primary Schools. Matu Ward. Construction of new ECDE classrooms at Kikule, Iviani, Momina, and Kalia Primary Schools. Construction of an administration block of Kadhangadhini Vocational Training Center. Additional ECDE classrooms construction at Kidimani. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Kidimani Ward. New ECDE classrooms at Mamba, Kedendo, Kamwaini, Kaukune, Makutano ABC, Kondo Primary Schools. Equipping of vocational center at Kondo. Another classroom at Utidhini ECDE, as well as Kaumoni Primary School. Mbiuni Ward. Completion of Manzuva Primary ECDE. Completion of Mavindeni ECDE Center. Construction of new ECDE classrooms at Mbiuni Primary, Chambo Primary School, Kunigila Primary School, Utidhini Primary School, and Kaba Primary School. Department of Energy, Lands, Housing, and Urban Development. Madam Speaker, the proposed total budget for the Department of Energy, Lands, Housing, and Urban Development is 206,568,865 Kenya shillings, comprising of 72,184,782 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 134,384,083 shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends 70,770,524 Kenya shillings for recurrent expenditure and 98,149,569 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends implementation of the projects as follows. Matungulu East, security lights worth 1 million. Lower Kiowa Ward, transformer at Wandade Primary. Modadala Kauti, transformer. Makumbeni, transformer. Ukavi, transformer. Kalalakwa Alonzi, transformer. Night near Kauti, Mulikamwizi. Modadala Market, Mulikamwizi. Katulia Shopping Center, Mulikamwizi. Kosiai Mili ni Mulikamwizi. Kedhia Shopping Center, near Kedhia Salvation Army, Mulikamwizi. Kaane Barrier, Mulikamwizi. Kaane kwa Nduko, Mulikamwizi. Utiene Shopping Center, Mulikamwizi. Ndidine, Mulikamwizi is at St. Michael, Kasovilo, Canteen, Ndela, Kavelila, Tana Ranch, Ndovoine, Kiatineni, Junction, Eikone, Tumutumu, and Katolie markets. Apakawa Stroke Veti Ward, transformers at Matema Village and Masini. Modwani Ward, Mulikamwizi is worth 16 million to be installed across the ward. Mutituni Ward, 4 Mulikamwizis to be installed across the ward. Kalama Ward, Mulikamwizi at Kanyongo, Mwanyane kwa Kiima, Choloni, Changala Center, Likoni, Makulani, Mbokoni, Chaviti, Makakoi, Kadhi Chanzaso, Modumo, Olani, and Konza Market. Kangundo Central, Mulikamwizi at Kanzokea, Kinyae, Chaaka, Kalimani, Changwasi markets. Masinga Central, Mudhedheni Ward, Mulikamwizi at Kevuaoni Boda Stage, Soweto Boda Stage, Makutano Shops, Kwangila, Kikulu Muni Shops, Yangila Market, Malani, and having transformers at Chambusia kwa Jeremia Katiko, and another one at Iyani Salvation Army. Matungulu North, Mulikamwizi at Kitulunio, kwa Maura, Medine markets. Transformer at Mbwani. Ikombe Ward, transformers at Mangweti, Mbembani, Uvaini, Kitulunio, Ivutini. Kiva, Mulikamwizi at Kavenge, Mwatungo, Katisa, Dada, Kangu, City Cotton, Chaani, Kiseuni, Tuamaka, Kidhoni, Kamonyo, Pondeni, Miangeni, and Kalamba. Tala, a transformer to be installed within the ward. Kinani, not Kinani, at the River Township, installation of Mulikamwizis and street lighting at Kanani, KMC Old Market, Bondeni, Kongowea PCA, site Ngeitu. Kibauni, transformers at Kakungu Village, Kwakulu Village, Chambili Village, Mukuyuni, Kadhika villages. Mulikamwizis at Ikelaasa, Mwangoni, and Mwangu markets. Kangundo West, transformer at Ndeini. Kangundo North, Mulikamwizis at Kwadhamba, Kwa Malondu, Kinyambo, Kitui, Barcelona, Mount Sinai markets. Massive Yulia, Mulikamwizis at Bondeni, Ilinge, Kikelenzo, Yohani, Changuli, Nguluni, Kidhuluni, Kwa Matu, Kawa. Ekalakala, Mulikamwizis at Ekalakala, Zukini, Kakongo, Munandani markets. Modesia, 2 transformers at Kikule and Kikomba. Kadhiani Central, 3 transformers at Kitamulu, Wadhia, and Mwanyambiti villages. Mulikamwizis at Kayani, Kalandini markets, Kwa Mulinge Junction, Katitoni, Animal Auction Center, Kadhiani, Spree, Kadhiani Market, ABC, Kadhiani, ACK, Kadhiani, and Kitamulu Market. Mulolongo, Mitaboni ward. Mulika Mwizi's at Kwa Ali, Miomboni, Kalicha, Kalimbia, Vino, Kitulu, Siaoni, Kasovia, and Masawa markets. Transformers at Kwangondi, Imale, and Siaoni. Matu, Mulika Mwizi's within Matu town. Transformers at Kikule and Katolu areas. Kidhimani ward. Transformers at Matauni, Modesia, Kidhimani, Kalelini. Mulika Mwizi's at Kiniu, Kwaketema, Kimango, Kasuangove, Kaudhuluni market. Mbioni. Installation of new Mulika Mwizi's within the ward, worth 2 million. Department of Youth, Tourism, Sports and Culture. Madam Speaker, the proposed total expenditure for the Department of Tourism, Youth, Sports and Culture is 265,249,075 Kenya shillings, comprising of 97,649,075 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 167,600,000 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends that the recurrent expenditure be Kenya shillings 97,649,075, and similarly, that of development expenditure be Kenya shillings 135,050,680. The County Public Service Board. Madam Speaker, the proposed total budget for County Public Service Board is 47,882,382 Kenya shillings, comprising of 41,682,382 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 6.2 million Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends 41,682,382 Kenya shillings for recurrent expenditure and 5,976,219 Kenya shillings for development expenditure. Madam Speaker, under the executive arm of the county government of Machakos, the flagship projects are as follows, and their allocations. 1, aerodromes, 100 million Kenya shillings. Housing, 216 million Kenya shillings. Major roads, 190 million Kenya shillings. Dams and ponds, 219 million Kenya shillings. Stadia, 105 million Kenya shillings. ICT equipment, 60 million Kenya shillings. Business centers, 30 million Kenya shillings. Under the County Assembly, Madam Speaker, the total proposed budget for the County Assembly is 1,236,145,156 Kenya shillings, comprising of 911,145,156 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 325 million Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The County Assembly budget proposed as per the FM Act constitutes of 1,276,145,156 Kenya shillings, comprising of 911,145,156 Kenya shillings for recurrent and 365 million Kenya shillings for development expenditure. The committee recommends 911,145,156 Kenya shillings for recurrent expenditure and 365 million Kenya shillings for development expenditure. Madam Speaker, before I make my conclusion, allow me to make some corrections on 6.1, which is the local revenue. And I will draw the attention of this Honorable House to page 34 through to page 35. Madam Speaker, I will repeat on local revenue to make a few corrections. Local revenue. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that total revenue be stated as 1,729,798,232 Kenya shillings for the fiscal year 2020-2021. The committee recommends the resource envelope to consist of 8,039,100,000 Kenya shillings as equitable share from national government, 1,729,798,232 Kenya shillings from local revenue collections, 1,248,050,406 Kenya shillings from conditional grants, making a total revenue of 11,016,948,638. I beg your pardon, Madam Speaker. I had skipped the item on conditional grants. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the budget estimates received from the executive on 29th May 2020 were not aligned to the county fiscal strategy paper ceilings for the fiscal year 2020. As such, the committee, guided by Section 131, subsection 3 of the Public Finance Management Act, that states that an amendment to the budget estimate may be made by the County Assembly only if it is in accordance with the resolution adopted regarding the county fiscal strategy paper. The committee did not make amendments on wages and salaries to meet 35% requirement of the PFMA, but left the matter intact as forwarded by the CCM Finance and recommended the action of the Controller of Budget to ensure release of funds align with the county fiscal strategy paper. Madam Speaker, the committee therefore requests this House to resolve as follows. A, that the House adopts this report. B, that the proposed amendments to the proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 budget estimates as contained in this report be adopted, and C, that the schedules attached to this report be the basis for the appropriations for the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget. D, that the projects for wards should be implemented as per departments funding voted in the budget. E, that the Controller of Budget should consider the schedules attached in approving withdrawals from County Revenue Fund. F, that this Honourable House approves CFSP deviations as impressed by the committee. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank members of the public who took time to participate in the consultations and whose views were taken into account in this report. The Budget and Appropriations Committee is also grateful to the various sectoral committees and all the members of the County Assembly who participated in the process for their hard work and dedication in making sure that the Assembly plays its rightful role in budget-making process. Madam Speaker, the committee is grateful to the Office of the Speaker and that of the Clerk to the County Assembly for the continuous and relentless support received as it discharged its mandate. It is therefore my duty on behalf of the Budget and Appropriations Committee to table this report and recommend it to this Honourable House for consideration and adoption. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dominic Ndambuki. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this Honorable House discusses and approves the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Machakos County Government Financial Year 2020-21 budget estimates. Honorable members, the motion is now open for debate. Honorable Ndawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Judas Mulindao, representing the great people of Matu. I will start by congratulating the Budget Committee and the most able chair for a job well done. In fact, the chairman has done a commendable job. He has read the budget for almost 2 hours. So that means the chairperson is very much committed. So, Madam Speaker, I I do support the report brought to this House by the Budget and Appropriation Committee and request the Honorable House to pass it as it is so that we can have the operations of Machakos County move and give our people the service they require. Madam Speaker, as I support, I've noticed there are some omissions, especially on the issues of the ward projects. And I want to say, in the Department of Trade, Matu Ward, we enfronted some projects, but when the chairperson was taking us through, he did not mention any project under that department. So I wanted to go on record, Madam Speaker, that we had proposed that we have a project on construction of Matu Market Shed, and we had given it some amount. When you are reading the chairperson, you did not mention Matu, and I wanted to be captured. Again, on the same department, we had proposed that we have 4 border sheds in Matu town, 1 border shed in Kevandeni town, and 1 border shed in Kaluluene town. Those are the omissions that I noticed when the chairperson was taking us through. Other departments, he has captured all what we had fronted. So, Madam Speaker, I stand to support the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Ndawa. Honorable members, just a guidance on similar eventualities. If we have members who had proposed projects and they haven't been captured, if it were not for COVID-19, would just pass a paper around, then the chair budget would read on the Hansard for correction. But because we don't want to keep on handling paper from one person to another, I propose if you have a similar case, just wake up and say it in like half a second, if you can, in half a second, so that we save time. Because I don't think that we would have any objection to any member who wants to say this I proposed but has not been read out. It is human to err, noting they were doing this work in a hurry. And again, they really come up with quite a detailed and well-written report. So let us not waste a lot of time. In fact, we shouldn't waste any time on giving corrections where you think projects have been left out. And so even on the contribution, members also limit what you're saying, especially if you find it is also repeated by your colleague. Remember, we still have the committee of the whole house, right? So, Honorable Maida.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am Honorable Mofat Maida, representing the people of Matungulu West Ward. Madam Speaker, I want to commend the Committee of Budget and Appropriation, of which I am a member, for good work done. Madam Speaker, 2 projects have been omitted in my ward. One, Nguluni.
Speak on the mic, Honorable Maida.
Nguluni.
Yes.
Nguluni ECD class at Nguluni AIC Primary School, and equipping of Kidhuani Boho, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, all other items have been included. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Maida, for being brief and to the point. Honorable Mudoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Fred Mudoka from Itaboni Ward. I'll take this opportunity to thank the people of Kadhiani for electing Honorable Dominic. The former MCA used to be called Kitomeo, was a Matatu guy. So they really.
Honorable Mudoka, what are you trying to say? do not try to disparage.
I'm trying
any
to.
member of the public
I'm thanking
who is
them
not here.
for bringing us.
Honorable Mudoka.
Okay, I will.
Don't disparage any member of the public who's not here, who cannot defend themselves.
Okay. I congratulate the committee. 2 projects we have omitted, Miumbuni toilet and the North toilet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mudoka. Honorable Honorable Kisini, just because of the age, Honorable Mita, protocol-wise, I would call Honorable Mita first. But Honorable Kisini, proceed so that we come to the whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable Robert Kisini, representing the people of the river. I want to comment and to thank the committee for doing a very good work and good job, which is very well balanced and which has taken care of all of us. It's just an omission on the Department of Health. I've not heard of the equipping of Ole Sheikh dispensary. I just wanted it to go on record.
That is in Mavoko.
At Mavoko, at the
Okay.
river.
It will be added.
Then my contribution, so that, Madam Speaker, I don't speak again. It's about the pending bills. I think we've really sacrificed a lot, because when we try to check from the report, these pending bills go all the way from 2013, 2014, 2016. And you see how they have costed us. The implementation of our wards, our implementation of our working at our wards for the financial year, for this financial year, which is actually ending today. So I'm requesting, we have an outstanding of 84 million, which I would request, and then now that we have paid all the pending bills, we request the executive to now implement fully all those projects which have been named. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kisini. Honorable Whip Moses Mita.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable Moses Mita, representing Kangundo Central Ward residents. Honorable Speaker, I first want to applaud the Budget Committee for burning midnight candle oil, and coming up with this report, Honorable Speaker. Again, I want to thank the Chairman, Budget, for his energy, Madam Speaker. It has not been easy standing there for all that time
I think he
and
broke
going
the
through.
He broke a record on taking long in routine.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, I'm very proud of him, and I'm willing to buy him lunch today, so that as a word of motivating him. Honorable Speaker, going through the budget, I think it's well balanced, though I have a concern, Honorable Speaker, especially on cooperatives. Honorable Speaker, there is something I've been trying to push. We have been forgetting cooperatives and its importance, Madam Speaker. On the budget, they are really ignoring that department, and yet we want to propel issues related to agriculture. I want to beg the committee, if it's not late, to see how they can please push for some funds to that department, Honorable Speaker. Agriculture is very important. I want to state in this Honorable House that, Madam Speaker, in the current budget, in fact, issues to do with the free seeds, the budget has been brought down instead of being brought up. The issues of vaccines, they have reduced. The issues of we need some funds for a program which has been brought up by the national government on matters related to coffee farming. There is a program which the national government wants to work on the coffee farmers. And it's a program whereby they call it a shilling for shilling. We need to have a fund to take care of that initiative, so that whatever the county government can provide, that we can get from the national government. Again, Honorable Speaker, on matters related to our programs or else projects, it's worth to note that yes, we have given projects, but they have not been, the value has not been taken care of. As much as we were told to give projects worth 50 million, most of them, they have not been taken through the right process to establish on the issues of costs. So, Honorable Speaker, as we progress, I hope that the executive will be able to get our programs, our projects, and do the issue, do valuation, so that we know where we have exceeded, how to handle, how to balance the project, so that, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the stage of implementation, we don't fail. So, Honorable Speaker, I support the report fully, and I hope that this assembly will pass it. And one of the recommendations, Madam Speaker, which had skipped my mind, is on the issue of putting our projects in IFMIS. Honorable Speaker, yesterday, His Excellency, our governor was at a Senate trying to explain something which escaped IFMIS. And if the people who have been put in those departments can take care of these things, the budgets, and ensure that we don't have queries, Honorable Speaker, I think we would have time to implement on our projects without hiccups. Honorable Speaker, I support the report fully, and thank you, Budget Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mita. Okay. Honorable Kitengu, I'll come to you, Honorable Muti. So indeed, every other member will also have
Thank you, Honorable Speaker,
to comment.
and I will never sit here again. you are unable to
Why
be
you
captured.
say that?
You see, it's like I'm hidden. Try to raise my hand all the time, but
No,
thank you. You have
actually,
captured
we just
my.
started and I spotted you, Honorable Kitengu.
Okay, thank you, Honorable
I
Speaker.
I've even got out of my seat to see those who are on the wings. These are wings, but I'm seeing.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I start by supporting this report. This is the best report, Honorable Speaker, from the previous ones. But Honorable Speaker, I would like to comment on the Department of Tourism, Youth, Sports and Culture. Honorable Speaker, I can see that the department and the proposed certain amount of money, which is 97 million of development, and the committee has managed to give 135. Honorable Speaker, noting that in this development amount of money is also the same amount which the department is doing those stadiums in every sub-county. Honorable Speaker, I sit in the Department of Tourism, and they requested 109 million for the stadiums, and the additional amount apart from the 135 million, Honorable Speaker, it's only 27 million. And you realize that this is a department whereby we should take care of our youth. In this budget, the department cannot be able to buy even some balls and renovate those fields, the grassroots, for our youth. You realize the Department of Youth and Sports has not been being allocated some money. Is my call to the executive and this House and Budget Committee. Maybe the next time we try to fund this department for the sake of our youth and our PWDs. This is very important. Honorable Speaker, the final one is, I understand yesterday evening, I received a call from Chair Budget, and actually he wanted to follow up with the project I had given worthy 38 million. Whereby there was another 12 million which I had not given out. I had not given projects. Honorable Speaker, in my side, I had just to give out 5 million for market shade, another 5 million for market shade, and then 2 million for grinding and barraming of a certain road. Honorable Speaker, the duration of the budget was too low because we did not even engage our engineers to go and value our projects so that we are aware this project cost this much. What I can call the budget committee is, if, for example, it's a Department of Trade, and Honorable Kitengo have done 10 million on Trade Department, I call upon it to be just open 10 million in that department, and then we will know the cost of the projects. Because I remember at the time of 10 million projects, some we could give 1 million for a drift, and you realize the drift at the end of the day will cost 3 million, and you realize that money is not enough. Because we had not quantified all those projects, so we do not have time. I suggest and I propose that the amount of money which we have put in a certain department, let it be open, and then after we quantify, then we will be able to know exactly these projects will cost this much, to avoid time wastage. Because if they will go and try to value the projects you have given out, and you realize at the end of the day, the money is not enough, or the money is more, then it will call for more processing of the same. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kitengo. Honorable members, I will take Honorable Minority Leader, then I'll have to go out. We have to be fair. This is still part of the House that is sitting outside. So, Honorable Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Our Honorable Speaker, I'm Alex Kamitu, MC at Ward, and leader of minority in this Honorable House. One, Madam Speaker, I would like to applaud the Budget Committee, which happens, they invited me, and I would also commend and appreciate them because I used to sit with them. Madam Speaker, what I want to put across is that they really worked hard, and this is a well-consolidated budget for this year. And for this statement, Madam Speaker, I would say that the worry, not a big worry, is that we are talking about costing. It has been mentioned by the honorable members who have heard their comments. So it's not a worry, but my reservation is that we should also give time after passing out or adopting this budget. We should also now allow the executive, because they are the implementers of all these projects, whether it is the flagship projects that are from the executive or award project for that matter. Because for one thing, as the other honorable members have said, we have not done the costing, the valuation, I mean the value of all the projects. And a good example is that most of us, for example, in water department, we have mentioned about drilling, equipping of a borehole, approximately about 2 million. And in regard to the geologist service, the costing of a borehole, for example, Madam Speaker, will depend on the depth of the water level. So the deeper the site is, the much money you are supposed to pay in regard to drilling and equipping. And again, equally about the road, it is the work of the BQs by our engineers, which will give the exact amount of money that outrightly, when during the advertisement, the contractors will go on the purpose of an advertisement that a BQ has been carried out. So procedurally, Madam Speaker, would propose that whatever variation after the adoption of this budget, whatever variation that will come from our engineers from the technical side of it, that is the take that we shall take. Otherwise, the budget committee have really done the best work of it. So we're only talking about any technical variance will come from the technical committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kamitu. Honorable Dominic, or any member of your committee, do you want to make a brief comment on the costing, the issue of costing that is being raised by members, so that we don't repeat it?
I can allow Honorable Paul Museku to
Honorable
assist.
You can allow him. It's the chair who allows.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I request that you allow Honorable Paul Museku to
Thank you.
respond.
Honorable Paul Museku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair. Madam Speaker, I think these are very important and pertinent issues which are being raised about costing of the projects, because most honorable members went by estimates without having included or involved the engineers in coming out with the actual estimates. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, when the chair budget was reading the projects, you heard him just mention the name of the project, did not mention the funds associated with that project. And therefore, we have a window of correcting and putting the actual costed projects in the first supplementary budget, which will be provided before this House.
Honorable Museku, there were occasions he would give a figure, but I think we are in agreement that costing will be done.
Yes, occasionally he gave some figures, for example, for cheeks and small things, small matters, but for the major projects, he just mentioned the project. What was an agreement in the budget committee is that we know we are going to have the first supplementary budget coming to be able to take care of the funds, Madam Speaker, which are going to be carried over as of 1st of July. So those will have to be supplemented as quickly as possible so that the county executive can be able to utilize them, and we can also be able to utilize them. During that window, any projects which will have now have been actually costed, there will be a window for us to adjust our projects and put the actual based on the costings which are there. So the window is there. Remember also that by the time, first of all, before even we go to the implementation, there has to be a work plan, which will have to be sat down with the chief officers and come out with a detailed work plan on the projects and how they're going to be implemented. After that one is done, we'll be able to now ascertain which projects are being done, for which area, and for how much money, and then a supplementary budget will be put into place, and we'll be able to make any amendments into the budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just to let you know, members, from the Public Finance Management Regulations, it was a mandatory requirement of law that from the budget of 2014-2015, the budgets had to be itemized in the manner that the Chair Dominic, Honorable Dominic, for the BSC has done today. I know in the past they have also been doing it in a similar manner, and they have just been sending annexures. But you notice that when he read out, and Honorable Kisila was getting a little concerned on the time factor, when he read it out, it's captured in the Hansard, and the members of public are able to access the Hansard of this House and read out for themselves what project in particular has been, Honorable Betty? So, honorable members, what I was saying, or what I'm still saying, is that the members of public will be able to access the Hansard, particularly of this financial year, read out and find out what, for example, in Kibaoni was provided for. The law did not envisage a situation where the costing will be done as you're doing the itemization of the budget. Just about saying this is the project under this particular department, and so the itemization and implementation is the work of the executive. But the members will know that we are expecting this. Of course, if they gave more projects than is provided for in the ward amount, which I am informed you agreed on, then of course you will have to prioritize perhaps at one point, you as the member, in conjunction with the people you represent. All right? So now I will have Honorable outside the extended chamber. The extended chamber. Honorable Jeremiah, where are you? Honorable Jeremiah? All right, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start by applauding the Budget Committee.
Please set it in a way that we can see Honorable Jeremiah on the face. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start by applauding the Budget Committee for the good work that they have done. Madam Speaker, it is my concern in this appropriation that I've learned the wage bill in our county has got a higher percentage of the workers in the county. And therefore, is my plea that we have a set service board which is in place, which can take care of the wage bill. Also, Madam Speaker, another concern is about the COVID-19, where we need running waters within our wards. And the one thing I've realized is we are going to the dry spell. And the majority of the boreholes have just been damaged. So my plea to the executive is that because we have given out the budget, they can do ways of mitigating the damages of the boreholes. The other issue is about the agriculture department, as Honorable Meta had cited. I think I am an environmentist, and the one thing I know, nature is unforgiving. We need to have money implemented for climate change so that we can plant more trees within our wards. Last budget, we had budgeted for the tree planting, but it never materialized. The other issue also is about sand harvesting, which was talked about the chair budget. One thing I've realized, Madam Speaker, is that as we had passed there before last year on a motion brought by Honorable Kitengo, that we penned sand harvesting within Machakos County, but I understand there are barons who are doing the same business despite the motion being discussed in the assembly and also pending sand harvesting. Madam Speaker, I would like also to congratulate the committee for also appropriating money for emergency fund, which was a big elephant in the house when we were invaded by the locusts. We can also other natural catastrophes which can also be mitigated if we have an emergency fund. I've also realized with a lot of concern, Madam Speaker, that in the Department of Trade Planning and Industrialization, we had done a budget for village councils, and it has not been captured. And you understand, in devolution, village council is part of devolution. And for the services to trickle to the mwananchi, then we need to have village councils placed in the devolution so that we can find it so helping to mwananchi. Madam Speaker, I've also realized that we have been affected by the COVID-19, and much of the on-source revenue was not realized. My request to the Department of Finance is that they look ways of how we can optimize on the revenue collection so that we realize our budget. Lastly, Madam Speaker, is on the issue of our county assembly budget. I've looked keenly on the issue of development in the county assembly, and we have appropriated around 325 million. And I want to understand is because of the chambers which we are doing. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the committee for appropriating these funds, at least as we end the 5-year term, we can have something which members can be proud of. Otherwise, I support the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jeremiah. Honorable Tariq Mulatia. Where is the extended chamber? Hansard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to thank Budget Committee for job well done. And mine will be very brief, Madam Speaker. We have listened, we have read, we have gone through the budget, and it is appropriate. We are satisfied with it. Mine is a major plea to the executive. I think this is not the first time we are giving the executive these budgets. And I really want to remind them that the Assembly has done its work. It is remaining on implementation. And all these projects we've been writing, proposed, and all this, most of them are captured in this budget. Madam Speaker, I want to remind also the executive once again, on a polite note, that we have contractors who are over a year, almost a year and a half, and they have not been paid. And they have already done their work. And everything has been captured on this budget. Madam Speaker, Honorable House, I just wish to remind the executive to move with fast to implement these projects. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I'm touching on the roads. We all know that the roads are in very, very bad condition. And I remember when we had our plenary at Ndivini, we passed a motion that we should contract our roads. I remind the executive, the Department of Roads and Transport, to make sure they contract these roads. Because, Madam Speaker, the grinders are doing totally nothing in our wards. We are just experiencing breakage, lack of fuel and diesel and all these kind of things. Kindly let us contract our roads, and I think everything is okay. Otherwise, I congratulate the committee for job well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mulatia. Honorable members, I have a list from the members who are in the extended chamber in the tent. And until I exhaust it, I will not come back to the House. So you can just rest your hands. And then, honorable members, I still want to see the members in the extended chamber. Yes, there's something I want to point out to all you members. Remember that it is your mandate and duty to oversight the implementation of works by the executive. You are not going to apologize for demanding that the implementation be done. Yes, courtesy is important, but even as you're sitting on the seat you have been given, don't feel like you're hurting or you're pushing the executive too much for asking that works be done. So the issue of I plead, the issue of I request, the issue of I remind you, Honorable Mulatia, let it be that you demand and you are asking and you are seeking whether this has been done, and it must be done, because it is your work, and you are demanding it for the public, all right? So firmly state what you want to be done for your people. That is the work you're supposed to be doing in the assembly. Honorable Alice Nzioka. Honorable Alice Nzioka.
Asanti, Bi Speaker, kwa kunipa nafasi. Nimshukuru mwenyekiti wa kamati ya bajeti na kamati yote kwa jumla, hasa mwenyekiti kwa umaarufu ambao ameonyesha siku ya leo. Kongole mwenyekiti wa kamati ya bajeti. Mimi nimesimama kuunga mkono hiyo ripoti kwamba kamati ya bajeti na serikali yetu ya Machakos wamezungusha macho yao katika kila pembe la kaunti yetu na wameona miradi ambayo inapaswa kutendeka mwaka wa 2020 na 2021. Bi Speaker, kumbuka kwamba kumekuwa na shida ya walimu wa shule za chekechea juu ya mshahara wao. Ni walimu ambao wanafanya kazi nyingi. Nashukuru kuna pesa zimewekwa katika bajeti ili kuongezea mshahara. Bi Speaker, kumbuka kwamba kuna miji ambayo ilikuwa imetengwa kupata usaidizi kutoka kwa Benki ya Dunia. Nashukuru sasa hiyo miji imeongezeka kufika 16 na pesa zimetengwa ni kwa ajili ya kuangalia hiyo miji, maana ni maendeleo. Bi Speaker, miradi mingi imepatianwa. Pia tumeona pesa za basari wameongeza. Tunauliza serikali ya Machakos kutekeleza miradi ambayo imepatianwa siku ya leo. Isiwe ni wimbo kwamba miradi inapeanwa na hakuna kutekeleza. Bi Speaker, bajeti ambayo tumesomewa leo ya bilioni 11 inaweza kuleta utofauti sana katika kaunti yetu. Kwa hivyo sisi kazi yetu ni kuangalia kwamba kama kazi imetendeka. Kwa hivyo tunauliza serikali ya Machakos itekeleze hiyo miradi, ni kwa ajili ya wananchi wa Machakos. Asante sana, nimeunga mkono hiyo ripoti. Asante.
Thank you, Honorable Alice Nzioka. Honorable Patrick Kituko. Honorable Patrick Kituko. Honorable Patrick Kituko. All right, I can go to the next member. Honorable Constance Bula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to congratulate the committee and the chairman particularly. They have really done a good job. We have been sitting here since morning, waiting for the report. And I want to say the report was quite good, well done, and it will take care of all the projects and the departments as it was planned for. Mine is to ask the concerned departments to release the money. Let us get the projects done so that people of Machakos County can move on, can work well, and more so on agricultural department. I think it is very necessary as it was put and budgeted, because agriculture is everyone's stomach. When there is no agriculture, there is no food, and without food, people cannot be able to perform. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I say the budget was okay, and I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Constance Bula. Honorable Helen Matei. Now I'll give you opportunity. Sorry, Honorable Ziva, I'll give you the opportunity to show.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate the Committee of Budget. I think they have done a very good job within a very short period. I plead with the executive that in future they try and give them the documents on time. I am not going to repeat what has already been said, but I will appreciate the fact that on the education side, salaries for both ECD and VTC instructors have been increased. pending bills have been cleared. But I have got one observation that I don't know, I would request that it be picked. With this COVID, education system is going to be affected because our children will be expected to sit the way we are sitting, keeping a distance. I note that a lot of the money that was going towards refurbishment of classrooms and training centers has been slashed. So mine is to plead that this be looked into, because when the children go back to school, they will have to need extra room to sit at a distance because of COVID. Otherwise, I'm very happy. The budget is very well balanced, and I congratulate once more the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Helen. Honorable Ziva, and I'll come to you, members. Only that try and be brief, because we need to take a break so that you can come back in the committee of the whole. But I appreciate the importance of the motion and the need for members who want to say something to be able to say it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members present. My name is Honorable Jacqueline Ziva, representing the people of Ikombe Ward and the Minority Chief Whip. I want also to commend the committee. We are also a member for this budget because it's well balanced. It cuts across all sectors for the benefit of our people. On the emergency fund, there's a member who has touched on the emergency fund. What I would like to request, the Delegated Legislation Committee to fast track the process to pave way for utilization of the funds, that is 100 million funds that we've appropriated as the Budget Committee, according to Section 2 of 110 Public Finance Management Act 2012. Also commend the committee because we are yet to pass our 16 urban municipalities or urban towns, and we have given some funds to the same. So I will request this House, because I will execute that on Thursday, to pass the urban towns so that the money can be executed. On our ECD senders, I would like to thank members because they have given out many ECD senders, because on this COVID-19, we have to follow the regulations, the MOH and even the government regulations. So with the ECD senders increased, apart from the ones in the primary schools, if we will increase them, then our children will have the good spacing which is required by the MOH government regulations. Also on the SECEB, I would like to thank the committee for appropriating 10 million shillings, Kenya shillings, for SECEB. You realize that SECEB cuts across Kitui, Machakos, and even Makueni counties. And we will realize that we will need some bridges which cuts across different roads. Like I have in Ikombe Ward, I have a bridge called the Seku Bridge, which cuts across Ikombe and even Kitui, going to Seku University. So with those funds, I believe you'll consider Ikombe Ward to have that big bridge, because it requires much funds. So in brief, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask members to pass this budget, and God will bless Machakos County, and may God bless everyone in the House and even our Speaker for allowing the Budget Committee do their mandate. We really burnt our midnight oil, and I'm sure members will pass so that the budget will be executed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Ziva. Honorable Kisila.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the committee congratulate the committee for good work they've done. However, I have a few concerns which maybe the committee can expound and explain. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, we And I stand to be guided.
Honorable Kisila, pull the mic a little.
I stand to be guided. If you go to page number 35, Department of Public Service, ICT, and Labor. The executive proposed a budget of 613 million for recurrent. But the committee has approved 395 million, 750, a discrepancy of almost 50%. That needs to be, why such a discrepancy? And what was the thinking behind the executive proposing 613 million and then we recommend 395? We don't want to pass a budget which cannot be able to sustain the operations of the executive. The same thing happens to trade and economic planning. Again, there is a drop in recurrent. Madam Speaker, I will draw your attention to finance and revenue management. I sit in finance committee, and in our committee we recommended, and we've been talking about revenue collection and enhancing revenue collection, and we recommended that we need to purchase a database software worth 22 million. We also wanted to construct 2 revenue banking halls. And our staff have been suffering without vehicles, and we wanted to buy vehicles. Now, I've seen the committee has actually dropped that request by almost 15 million shillings. And internal revenue collection is one of the areas where we must continue enhancing. Now, if you are going to curtail revenue collection, internal revenue collection, by reducing the amount of money we had proposed in the finance committee, then, Madam Speaker, there's an issue. I stand to be corrected if by the committee. Madam Speaker, on agriculture, you said we should also comment. I had provided for 5 million shillings on chicks. And honorable members, that is one of the best projects ever undertaken by this county government. I highly recommend that members think about it. So I had proposed 5 million, but it was not captured by the chairman. My last point.
Honorable Kisila.
Yes.
Just be specific so that it's captured on the hand. So that's for Mwala Ward.
Mwala Ward, yeah, Mwala Makutano. 5 million for chicks distribution. My last point is on roads, transport, and public works. I happen to have been invited to the Roads and Transport Committee. And one of the biggest challenges we've been having is allowances for operators. Most of us actually end up facilitating these operators. I just wanted a clarification because we have reduced the amount of money allocated for the current budget no, they've actually increased. But is it actually captured there? Madam Speaker, also, I'm happy the committee has actually provided money for maintenance of graders. A member said that the graders are not working. Yes, they are not working because in the last budget, we never provided money for maintenance of graders. But I'm very happy that the committee has provided money for graders, for maintenance of graders. But we need more graders. We need more dozers. We need more equipment. I would have thought the committee could have actually provided for money to purchase, because if you go to Mwala sub-county, for example, it is a very big sub-county. By the time one grader moves from Kibaoni to Mbiuni, it takes an average 7 months. And our sub-county is very vast. I think we should provide for purchase of new equipment. I'm very happy about ECD and ECD teachers. I think this is something we've been singing. We hope that this time around our ECD teachers will be taken care of. My last point is on last page. Point number C and E, Madam Speaker. It says that the schedules attached to this report be the basis for the appropriation of financial year 2020-2021. I think there's a letter, I was being told there's a letter to that effect. What if somebody wants to change whatever they were recommending? Is there a provision for changing? And again, the controller of budget should consider the schedules attached in approving withdrawals from CRF. Now, is that not, again, shooting ourselves in the foot to restrict ourselves and restrict the executive from executing their role? Because ours is the oversight. Are we not restricting the executive too much if they find there are new projects which they need to do? For example, if there's an emergency, is there a provision to change whatever we are recommending? Otherwise, Madam Speaker, well done. The committee has done a good job. We stand with them. But I just wanted those few clarifications, if I can get them before we proceed, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The budget committee, I believe, is noting for purposes of clarification, and I suggest it can come last, immediately or last. Because there might be, if it comes last, the point is lost. Because there might be similar ones which may need clarification. Let's just give opportunity to some members, but try again, members, and I want to just have about 3 more contributions or so. Honorable Mutiso, then Honorable Katuma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate and congratulate the Committee of Budget because of the good report they have given to us. Mine is just to add on 2 projects on my ward which were left out, and I had given them to the Budget Committee. That is one. I had given chicks number 10,000. And also, there's another area which had been left out, flattening of a football field at Kosumomo, which I did not hear it. So that is what I wanted to put across, Madam Speaker, because it is very important to engage youths on some events. And we have been seeing them littering everywhere, and want to put them away from cocaine and other drugs, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was my concern.
Machakos Central Ward.
Machakos Central Ward.
Okay. Next member,
Thank you.
Honorable Katuma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable Justice Katumo, MCA representing person with disabilities, Machakos County.
Honorable Katuma, you are speaking past the mic.
The mic is too tall for me.
Why don't you bend it down?
Yes.
Yes, that way.
Thank you very much. My name is Honorable Justice Katumo, nominated by Weber Party to represent persons with disabilities, Machakos County, and I remain the voice. Firstly, may I take the opportunity to congratulate this committee and the chair for work well done. We give merit where it is due. They have done a good job. And going through the report is well thought, well written in good English, very clear and explicit. We need to congratulate them for that. I've also noted this time they went ahead even to do good observations by departments. And I want to go straight to embrace a certain observation and recommendation when you look at recommendation, observation and recommendation number 5, although a colleague has picked one of the observation that the budget or the estimate as they came to the assembly did not allocate money for PWDs, persons with disabilities. And I want to really say this has been the norm, where the executive does not recognize the PWDs in the county. Why do we have the representatives in this house, male and female? Is to make sure that we represent the views of our members. And therefore, it becomes very sad when the executive continuously omits to provide for this constituency. Secondly, they have made an observation in the budget committee in the report that even previously, when the House had allocated some money for the PWDs, the money was not put into use. And I remember, Madam Speaker, when we interrogated some CEO for the Department of Education in Social Welfare, she regretted, or she said she was not aware whether money was allocated, and she did not receive that money. And therefore, I really don't understand the transaction between the Assembly and the Executive, especially when we have approved budgets. Who should know what has transpired in the Assembly? Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to request members, humbly, I've asked so many projects in your wards. Our constituency is wide. It goes beyond where I stand. And therefore, I've not had even a single member providing for PWDs. And I want to be passionate in this matter. I've even personally given wheelchairs to members. I've personally purchased crutches to members. And therefore, it becomes difficult for us to move together if you can't provide a certain percentage for these PWDs in your ward. If you are budgeting for 50 million, why can't you do 10% or 5%? And we share the burden. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Honorable Katumo. Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Cosmas has not used all the 4 in front of him.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute on this budget of 2020-21 financial year. Madam Speaker, mine will be an overview and also sort of an advice. Madam Speaker, let me start by congratulating the committee for the work they have done under pressure. Madam Speaker, you have noted this committee was living almost every day close to 9 in the midnight. Therefore, Madam Speaker, this is a committee which should be given credit and also given incentives if they are there from this assembly. Madam Speaker, having said that, I was saying generally the budget is good. This is one of the best budgets since we came to this assembly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a few observations on like page 32, Madam Speaker, when we talk about the IFMIS, and this committee for the 3rd year, Madam Speaker, has been working without IFMIS report. When you deny the committee the IFMIS report, it cannot be a complete budget, Madam Speaker. Let us call a spade, because everything is channeled through the IFMIS. That is the money on the way, and that's how the Treasury is monitoring the spending of the money. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it's my request this assembly to be very serious. 3rd year, requesting for IFMIS, and then they don't get IFMIS. For me, Madam Speaker, these are just information given. We are paid this, we are paid this vending bill, we are paid this LSO, this number. But IMIS will sum up everything which has been paid. It will come out on that print, and it will make our worker easy, Madam Speaker. So in the future, Madam Speaker, let us say no if we are not going to get the IMIS report. Let us make it the final budget we are giving to the executive without IMIS. Next time, Honorable Speaker, let me inform the government that will be strict, because all the budgets, all the other counties, they base on their on the budget on the IMIS. So if you see somebody hiding to give a IMIS report, understand what is he hiding? Definitely. Madam Speaker, that is one of the points. The other point, Madam Speaker, yes, we are putting good money on public works, that is roads, transport, and public works, of $1 billion shillings. Madam Speaker, I would like to urge the executive this time, because, Madam Speaker, we have been passing budget here, and then even the projects are not going to be honored. What's the point of a committee getting out of this place at night, and then the projects are not undertaken? Madam Speaker, let me request, and even not a request, Madam Speaker, the 50 million you have put on our ward projects, members, let us not say we belong to this site, we belong to this site. It is upon you to make sure that money has been implemented in your wards. It's a word of an advice. Being a politician who was in another assembly, 1997, when I was 24 years, and I have all this experience of 5 years. This is the only year, Madam Speaker, I'm telling this House with authority, this is the only year the government is going to work for you. If you don't follow the 50 million, saying that I belong to the government, I belong to the majority, I want to be given something, let me tell you, 2021 will be a year of politicking. Madam Speaker,
is there
Madam Speaker,
standing order, clarification, information? We don't have clarification.
there's nothing like that, Madam Speaker, on standing order.
No, just honorable majority leader. I will make the decision. What is it you want to say, Honorable Kisila? Point of information or point of order? What is it?
I just want to clarify. Is it 50 million? Or, there is no document which has, in the document, we have actually not been told if it's 50 or 40. It's just a clarification.
All right. That's another issue the budget committee will clarify.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my understanding, and when I went to the committee, they informed this, I was informed that it is 50 million per ward. According to the figures which we are given, Madam Speaker, we are all aware that this budget committee, my advice, Madam Speaker, is the budget committee looked at the money which was available under the requisition of the government side, or the executive. And the executive, according to information we have, all the projects they had put, they were given the money, and the money was enough. And what was left, Madam Speaker, is what was divided among the 40 wards, Madam Speaker. That's what I understand. Madam Speaker, let me be honest. Some of us, we have left the way we should be working on being on oversight, us looking the project, us putting the government on toes on to work on our side. We have, some of us, Madam Speaker, and I have to say, we have now turned to be like, now we are the executive. Whatever comes here, Madam Speaker, in this House, our work is to oversight. I understand there are some people, even today, Madam Speaker, we are saying we should not pass this budget because we don't need 50 million per ward. We need about 10. Madam Speaker, let me say, as a politician, what we are doing here, maybe on those wards, other wards, Madam Speaker, they get, government projects when some of us were suffering like Kenani, Madam Speaker, I don't have even Mulikamisi. I'm using my own money to do projects in Kenani. And when I'm fighting for the people of Kenani to have the 50 million, some of us are saying we throw away the budget because it is not workable. Who says it's not workable, Madam Speaker? This money, the committee is competent yet has been working on it. Let us not get up with this propaganda, honorable members. Let us work for the people. Let us not be on the side of government, Madam Speaker. Let me say, when I look at this budget, I'm worried. Even the money we have put, Madam Speaker, we have done a supplemental here 2 weeks ago. When you go to the executive, there's nothing going on. That money is not there. Even if this 50 now we put, and we don't even put the government in the top, there will be nothing. That is how the Machakos government work. You finish here, and then there's nothing on the ground, Madam Speaker. I'm worried, Madam Speaker, and I'm very sorry to the executive. Madam Speaker, this county will be misinformed. Some words, Madam Speaker, even today, after the...
Okay.
Just
Is this one functional?
like this.
Okay, thank you.
Even if it means a little bending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I will. I've said 4 issues, and I start with the 0, because 0 does not have value. I start by congratulating the committee for the job well done. Then number 1, I want to state some of the projects that were missing in the report. When you were stating about, that is the chairperson, when he was mentioning about the grading and the maraming, down there I have stated there are new roads, not maraming and grading, but I've indicated making of new roads, that is Kavote to Kekole Road, then Modesia to Kombao Road.
Madam Speaker.
Point of information to
Yeah.
correct Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I forgot, Madam Speaker. There is a request which I want to put across. I have noticed most of the projects, Madam Speaker, they don't reflect what the members have given. I think this was because it was in a hurry to combine. I have heard Kenanye, I can hear Mala, I can hear. So I was requesting, I don't know how we are going to put, maybe we can get an advice from the clerks, that the annex, if we can correct the annex, I don't know what point you can do that, because this is House of Law, but I'm seeing most of the projects, most of the members, because of that, they were forgotten.
What happened, Honorable?
Maybe you can
Majority?
advise, Honorable
we
Speaker.
said,
Thank you.
the members whose projects are left out, we just say it briefly. And members, please note, because we were recording the projects on the Hansard, it is important that you add yours here. But again, when I give you opportunity, you talk, and we are running out of time. Honorable members. So I will stop you if I find that you are taking too much time. Honorable Kilo, say what you want to be added on your ward, and say the word for the Hansard to record.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. That is from this award. It's just stating that there is an inclusion of new roads. He has mentioned the roads, but he's not indicated there are new roads. That is Kavote, Kekule Road, Muthesia, Kwambao Road, then there is Kwaviki, Kadiane Road, then there is Kekomba Stage to Kwakalanga Road. Then number 2, there is the silting of Motovo Dam in Kekomba. That one is totally missing. And then finally, I want to congratulate the committee for recognizing that we have the people with the disability. And actually, I want to state that when we were interrogating the chief officer, we were very much concerned about the people with the disability, and I want to concur with the request of the honorable member, Honorable Katumo. Thank you, Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you for observing the time. Members, please make sure that you don't take a lot of time, because now I'll stop you if you exceed the minute that I think you should take. Honorable Cosmas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable Cosmas, Matungulu East Ward, member to this County Assembly. Madam Speaker, first I want to echo the sentiments of Honorable Majority that we did pass the supplemental budget, and Madam Speaker, we are eager and in dire need of the projects, Madam Speaker, which we agreed with the executive are going to be undertaken by the supplemental budget. Madam Speaker, secondly is about Matungulu East Ward. On roads, one road was left out by the budget, which is the Morem Road. And on education, Madam Speaker,
there is one ECD class. There was a wrong spelling. It should be Chekoyo Primary School on ECD classes. Madam Speaker, on the issue of county assembly, I would want to believe that, Madam Speaker, the ward offices which have not been undertaken are also included on the development budget, Madam Speaker, for the year 2020-2021. On the same footed, Madam Speaker, on county assembly, I want to believe that we did the proper adjustments to the new normal in terms of the COVID-19, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, going to the health department as the share health, I did not that the department did not bring up the list of the completed projects, neither did they give the payroll. Madam Speaker, Health Department, Health Committee will follow the same and get the answers. Madam Speaker, we have had a lot of money from the national government, that is 188 million. We did approve 100 million in the supplemental budget towards COVID-19. And Madam Speaker, this budget again has approved 50 million, giving us a total of 338 million towards COVID-19. Madam Speaker, I just would like to urge the accounting officers within the department to make sure that, Madam Speaker, these monies are used to the specifics, because, Madam Speaker, I want to believe we will be going with a toothpick on the spendings and the proposals to spend these monies. Madam Speaker, our people need masks, they need food to the vulnerable families and the orphans. And, Madam Speaker, it will only be fair for the executive to spend this money on COVID-19. Madam Speaker, lastly is about March this year, Madam Speaker, we approved the County Public Service Board. And Madam Speaker, the only good way is to empower this department to let it do its own mandate. Madam Speaker, I realized that the budget is like they forgot to allocate something on the issue of development to the board. Madam Speaker, it's on page 28, where the board had requested for 30 million for the office block, 21 million for the purchase of vehicles. Madam Speaker, we know this board doesn't have any vehicle for use. And Madam Speaker, they had also requested for 2 million for purchase of printers. Again, they have been given the task of bringing to this house within 90 days an audit report of the employees, Madam Speaker, due to the bloated wage bill. Madam Speaker, I'm proposing that we allocate some 20 million for the office block and maybe 10 million for purchase of vehicles, and maybe 5 million, Madam Speaker, for the audit purposes. And Madam Speaker, if you allow me, I would like to call upon the Chairman, Labour, to second my proposal. And
Cosmas, can you proceed and finalize your submissions, because we said we are running out of time.
yes, Madam Speaker, maybe I would like...
Because you also know there is a committee of the whole where you can do amendments, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
So just keep it for that stage.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's a very good concern. You must facilitate the County Public Service Board if you want it to address the issue of the wage bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Cosmas. Honorable Mweni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Bendeta Mweni Musyoka, nominated by Wiper. Mine is to congratulate the Committee of Budget. They have done a very good work. And this is my 7th year in this assembly. And we have been passing...
This assembly has not been for 7 years.
Now
you were in the first one and now you're in this one. Good.
And we have been passing the same budget and then giving the executive money. But if the money could have been doing the work we are giving to them, Machakos will be so far. But the members who are going to executive And talking of what we are not sent them to do, I pity for them, because they might not see this house again. So, being going to the executive, asking for the money you have been giving to them to work, to do the work for the Machakos County. Don't be missing the words to tell the executive to work for you. We have given them very much money. Even every ward can get 80% of what you can be asking for. So, Madam Speaker, I beg this House to stick to their work, but not what they have not been sent to do in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mweni. Honorable Kaloki Ikusia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for catching my hair. My name is Honorable Ekusia Kaloki, representing the people of Kangundo West Ward, and also a member of the Budget Committee. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the Budget Committee, where I'm a member, I think we did a very good job. Because one, for the first time, we have been in constant consultation with the executive, including this morning. Before the final report was done or was concluded, we had a meeting with the members of the executive. So I believe that the document we have here is a product of both the assembly and the executive. I have a few points, just I think 1 or 2 points or rather observations, Madam Speaker, especially on the issue of the ward projects estimates. Yes, somehow it was a requirement, although I think we would have required more time to engage the technical experts in the executive. But now that we have already given out the projects, I would want to recommend that we convene an immediate meeting with the technical experts in the executive so that now we can finalize on the issues of the estimates. Madam Speaker, we've done our work, but I know we may have some issues here and there. For example, I know the executive may have, probably they have a different way of doing or rather implementing this budget. I may have recommended 1 million shillings for a borehole, but they would want to do both the sinking and the equipping. That might demand for some adjustments from other projects. So it's high time we demand for an immediate consultative meeting before the implementation starts. The other thing that I would want to demand from the executive is maximum cooperation between the executive and the members of the county assembly. In our last ward projects, the 10 million projects, had given some money for a dispensary. But they went ahead and did their own estimates, which included equipping, which had to consume an extra almost 2 million from my allocation. So it's high time that they consult, they give us maximum cooperation so that we can have a smooth implementation of the said projects, Madam Speaker. Lastly, I would want to say that, Madam Speaker, I don't know where Honorable Gatumo has gone to. His statement has really touched me. Actually, I felt that some of us are a little bit selfish. I have allocated money for other projects, yet I also have people living with disabilities in my ward. If there'll be room, and I would wish we create that room for adjustments or amendments of projects. I will start by example, and I would want to urge my fellow members also to make some adjustments and allocations for people living with disabilities. I'll be very much willing to allocate 5 million shillings from my ward projects to the PWDs, especially the wheelchairs. The other issue is on, especially, we normally have the people with disabilities, plus the marginalized, the women, the elderly women, the widows. If we can also allocate money, like, for example, some money for chicks, to go towards those women groups, I think it will be of great help to this count, Madam Speaker. Finally, I would just want to urge the executive, let's minimize politicking, saying so and so goes to say this and that. Let's engage the executive within the shortest time possible and start implementing on our projects immediately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kaloki. Very well said. Honorable Johanna.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support the report, the Budget Committee report, which was very elaborate. Madam Speaker,
Honorable Johanna, are you fighting with the mask?
it is a bit tight.
Okay.
And my ears cannot hold it firmly. Allow me, because I have kept some distance, to loosen it a bit. Madam Speaker, the report talks of the key priority areas which are well enumerated on health, infrastructure, and the others. Madam Speaker, I would have also requested the committee to have also addressed the issue of sustainability as a key area also, because it cuts across all the projects. Just to mention, we have the Mulikamwizis, we also have the so many boreholes in the county, which break down any time and take quite a while before the repairs are made. So I would have liked to see some allocation or a clear policy within this report regarding the financing of the sustainability of the said projects. It is very key. Madam Speaker, on water, irrigation, and environment, there was a proposal to finance the water providers, the water service providers, which are the water companies. Madam Speaker, during our interrogations, that is the audit report interrogations with the said companies, one of the key issues which has come up in all the interrogations is the unaccounted for water, which has been attributed to the breakdown in the infrastructure and therefore losing reasonable amounts of water, which results to such losses, and therefore an indication of very soon having to do away with such companies. So, Madam Speaker, just as the issue of salary shortage in the same department has been referred, and I want to quote the 28 million salary shortage which was indicated and referred back to the cabinet, the same would also have been referred back, because I have seen we have reduced the recurrent expenditure from 90 million to 49, and I think that is where that had been factored. At the same time, we have also the issue of gratuity, which also affects our brothers, our sisters who are working with the county and who are on contractual terms. Madam Speaker, the said contracts would be ending maybe in the course of the year, and I have seen 100 million was slashed. I would also request that we engage further so that we may not create crisis in the course of the year when we are unable to settle gratuity payments for staff on contractual terms. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would wish also to request that we revise the designs for the market sheds. We have allocated money for construction of market sheds, Mutituni market being one of them, and going by the previous designs, such sheds were not made such that they could fit the requirements of the consumers. They were very tiny, with a very low capacity, And therefore, I would request we customize the design so that they can fit the needs of the consumers. Thank you. I stand to support this report. It was a very nice report. Congratulations, members of the Budget Committee. Thank you.
1 minute each to Honorable Kingori and Honorable Kalumu, and I mean 1 minute. I'm looking up there because Honorable Museku will come now to clarify some points, then the mover will reply. Honorable Kingori, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say that in Motherwani Ward, I don't have any complaints about the projects. They were articulated very well by the Budget Committee. That's what I had requested. And also what I wanted to speak about is about the emergency fund regulations in the delegated committee. It is not the problem of the delegated committees, but we have to adjust so that it can conform to what the needs of the, to conform with the needs on the ground and what happened. Because they have just talked about COVID-19, but we have so many other emergency cases which are there in Machakos, including the locust and the water water drainage, and maybe when we get...
Honorable Kingori,
yes.
When you're having your meeting next, let me know.
Yeah, okay.
I will guide you because I understand what you're saying. We need an emergency law that is covering all emergencies, not just COVID-19.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's one template that is being shared amongst all county assemblies. I'll share with you. Any other point?
No, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kingori. Honorable Kalumu, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand for Kidiman Ward. I would like to correct my projects, energy, the places to go to for the transformers are Kondo, Modesia, Otumodeke, Kidimani, Kalukuni, and Mamba. On the water department I want to clarify bush clearing and desilting of Yata Canal. On roads, there is Kiaoni, Kalukuni Road, which was not mentioned. On health, there is 2 toilets of Kemangu Market Toilet and Kidimani Stadium Toilet. Madam Speaker, I would like a bit to speak on something which is very crucial to this county. On labor, when we were derogating the budget with the CEO, he informed us that the county, there was no some allocation for insurance of employees, and any employee of the county who is maimed or maybe bad luck or accident happens, we will have some cases from court, and then we will be forced to pay from our account corpus. Thank you. So we need an allocation of around 172 million to cater for that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Anastasia, you want to give a project that's left out?
Yes, Honorable
1
Speaker.
minute, then
Okay.
quickly.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want just to give
Put
out...
on the mic, put on the mic. It's on? Okay,
Yeah,
go
it
ahead.
is on. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me this chance. There is some project from Kibaoni Ward has left out, like Department of
Kibaoni
Trade.
Ward, eh?
Kibaoni Ward. Department of Trade, Kilala Market Shed has left out. Tulila Market Shed has left out. And Katulani Modern Toilet has
Is left out.
left.
out.
Yeah, it is not captured in the budget.
Okay.
And there is a Mutula Boda Shed. Department of Agriculture, there is cattle dips, 3. One is Ikalasa cattle dip, Kiteteni cattle dip, and Gilala cattle dips. Those are left out. I have a concern of Department of Youth because I have seen in my ward there was no anything budgeted in. So it's my sincere requesting the budget of committee to put some budget for Kipauni youth like sports uniforms and balls and nets. I have, through your permission, Honorable Speaker, I have some observation of the Department of Health. I have seen we have a community health volunteers. And through the budget, I have seen the Department of Health, they have not done any budget for these people. And as I'm going on round through in my ward, sometimes I used to meet these people walking around, doing some civic education to the community that to wear mask. Sometimes they visit where there is a burial site. And Madam Speaker, those are our sisters and brothers.
Yes, Honorable Musefu.
I would like to
provide
plead.
for community workers.
Yeah,
community
I would
health
like
workers.
to plead with the committee if they can talk with the executive to do some budget for those people, which will be sustainable for them.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, they have to put food on the table for their children. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the budget report.
Very important. Thank you, Honorable Anastasia. Honorable Museku, there are several points that have been raised you need to respond to.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Remember the issues of Honorable Kisila?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. My name is Honorable Paul Museku. I represent the great people of Mburi North, and I'm also a member of the Budget Committee and the chair of chairs of this House. I would like to, first of all, again thank my chairman and the rest of the team in the Budget Committee for the work, a job well done. I know we burned a lot of hours here, and I'm really grateful for that. There are issues which have been raised by Honorable Kisila. The first one he raised was on public service and ICT. When you look at the amount which had been proposed earlier and the amount which has been given there, you would also need to look at the amount which had been proposed for major roads and the amount which had been proposed for aerodromes, and you'll notice that major roads had been proposed at 100 million, and you have had the chair reading them at 190 million. Aerodromes had been proposed at 50 million. You have had the chair reading them at 100 million. That money was moved by the executive themselves from that vote age of gratuity and taken to major roads and to aerodromes. That is where the reduction came from. The other thing is that finance department, you also talked about the reduction on the one-stop shop. We also requested to them on the same, because on the last adjustment they brought, they actually moved that money also themselves. So we actually went back and told them, look, are you sure you want to remove the 30 million for the one-stop shop? So we are, during the committee of the whole house, we'll be able to handle that, because they are the same ones who removed it also from there, but not the committee removing it. The issue of the allowances for operators and purchase of graders, the resource envelope could not accommodate. When we start allocating 190 to major roads, 100 to aerodrome, 219 to major dams, 105 to stadia, then that completely eats the entire resource envelope, and you cannot have any more funds available for us to be able to put for purchase of graders. The only thing we had to put there was maintenance costs, as you have seen, which was there. So allowance for operators has been provided for. I know there is some money which we had put there for allowances for the operators on the field.
Honorable Gisela, you shouldn't be hard to be saying, it's for all of us. Okay, Honorable Museku, proceed.
The other issue you raised was on the issue of restricting the executive too much in as far as the provisions which have come here concerned. The issue, again, the Honorable Speaker has clearly stated why we had to mention projects is because the Controller of Budget gave us a letter as a budget committee, which was addressed to His Excellency the Governor and copied to the Speaker of the Assembly and the Clerk, saying that the projects you give must have geographical distribution. If they don't, if you have only one lump sum figure without geographical distribution of the projects, they say they are not going to be approving the requisitions. So as a budget committee, we wouldn't want to give the executive a budget which they cannot be able to utilize in requisitions. And it is not restricting them in any way because, as you all know, we always, the purpose of having a supplementary budget, for example, is all these projects which have been omitted, for example, we are going to pick them up in adjustments in the annex before it goes. But as far as actually putting the actual projects, once we do the work plan, which Honorable Kaloki talked about, needs to be worked on almost immediately. Once we do that work plan and we understand the actual costing to the project, then we'll be able to do any amendments which are required, and it's not going to be able to restrict them because now they are going to be able to know the actual costings of the projects. The other item which I think I wanted to talk about is on the issue of Peter Mutiso. He mentioned about the chicks. I think they have been captured, but I think the problem is we had captured 10 million shillings for chicks. And I think from what he's talking about, it is 10,000 chicks. So that adjustment will need to be done. And Kusio Momo was mentioned. I think he was not here, but Kusio Momo was actually mentioned. The other item is on, again, there's a member who talked about 50 million, the issue of major projects in Onisam. Okay, that was just a comment. COVID money, I think COVID money was raised by Honorable Cosmas Masesi, and we said also as a budget committee that we'll be following keenly. Our expectation is that the 188 million and the 97 million, which was approved by this Honorable House in the supplementary budget, will be carried forward into the CRF as of 1st of July. And therefore, our expectation would be that in the first supplementary budget, which is going to be provided here, we should be able to reallocate those funds and put them in a specific vote so they can be utilized specifically for COVID, in addition to the 50 million which were put here. This, again, we got guidelines also from the County Assembly Forum and other professional bodies saying it is important for the House to keep key oversight, especially on those funds which are related to COVID, because remember, these are funds which have just been put in the CRF, specifically for COVID. And therefore, COVID is a wide area, so we need to ensure that they are used for those specific projects. The other item, I think, is from Honorable Joanna on the issue of sustainability. I cannot agree with you more that boreholes are getting broken down, and you find we don't have a quick response for the repair of the boreholes, and the Mulikamwizis also. I think the Mulikamwizis, they have a team in place which goes repairing. But for the issue of the boreholes, my request would be for the Committee on Water, Environment and Water, to pick up this issue with the relevant department and see whether maybe they can be able to outsource this functionality of maintenance of boreholes and come out with pre-qualification of contractors who can be able to be pre-qualified so that when a borehole gets down, then we call the pre-qualified contractor and they are able to attend as quickly as possible to the borehole which has come down. The issue of gratuity, again, as you have heard what I've explained, some of that money was moved out and reallocated to, because I believe they most likely after they did their mathematics, they could have realized maybe they had put too much on the gratuity and it will not be payable immediately. Maybe it is payable after some time. So they gave themselves time to be able to do the supplementary. One more thing which I would like to mention here is on the issue of bursaries. You realize that in the current budget which we have here, we have only provided for 40 million shillings for bursaries. This is in light of the fact that we already had appropriated 100 million in the supplementary budget, funds which we expect to be in the CRF as at the beginning of the month of July. And therefore, the total amount which after the first supplementary we shall be having is the 40 million which we have here and the 100 million which we appropriated during the supplementary budget. Also taking into consignant of the fact that schools might not be opening until maybe 1st of January. And therefore, we'll be talking about in the current financial year two terms, maybe the first term and second term of next year, in as far as the financial year is concerned. I think, Madam Speaker, the other issue which was mentioned was the issue of the CHVs, which is the community health volunteers. On this one, Madam Speaker, we picked it up at all levels. We picked it up both at the sectoral level, we picked it up, we engaged the minister on the same in the provision of funds for the CHVs, and they redid their budget and submitted to us. The budget for health has increased by about 100 million on the issue of salaries and wages. And we do believe that in addition to the staff who have been provided for, funds which have been provided for staff for fighting COVID, we do believe that this part of that money will go towards CHVs. Remember, we also have the 386 million which comes into this account specifically for level 5 support. So it is my belief that the Committee of Health needs to follow up on this and ensure that the allocation, that increase in salaries which is there, actually is directed towards CHVs. On the issue of WIBA, I think it's a good point you brought, but my request would be you also touch base with the executive so they can be able, because you can see you're talking about 104 million shillings. That's quite some amount of money. What I know we provided for was 100 million shillings for the normal medical fund, medical cover, because I understand they have both NHIF and they also have a separate APA cover like ourselves, and we provided 100 million for that. But for what the Honourable Member is talking about, we might need to get in touch with them and make sure we make that provision in subsequent budgets. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Museku. Honourable Members, I call the mover of the motion to reply. Honourable Dominic Ndambuki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, allow me to thank honourable members for their passionate contribution and for following through the report that was lengthy. Madam Speaker, I will allude to the fact that this is one of the fairest budget estimates that as a committee we have ever prepared. And it is a process, Madam Speaker, that has brought together all the key stakeholders. Madam Speaker, even during this period of COVID-19, we were able to reach out to members of public, and observing all the MOH regulations, we were able to listen to members of public as they physically presented their memoranda before the committee. And I want to believe that we took keen interest in what they were saying, and we have accommodated all their views. Madam Speaker, I will echo sentiments of Mheshimiwa Paul Museku that this is a budget that is friendly to even all cadres of staff that are working for this county government. Madam Speaker, we looked at the plight of the lowly paid workers in the county government. Take, for example, the ECDE teachers. We also discussed about CHVs who have gone for months without allowances and who give services on a voluntary basis to support health workers. And Madam Speaker, this group of people in our county are on the forefront in the fight against COVID-19, and therefore they should be compensated well. Madam Speaker, again, the committee took cognizance of the fact that we need to have geographical location, well indicated on where projects will be implemented. It is part of the recommendations that the Controller of Budget has spelled out in a letter that was sent to His Excellency the Governor of this county, Dr. Alfred Mutua, and committee did that by attaching list of projects that were proposed by honorable members, and that we have read before the House, Madam Speaker. Again, we took note of equity in terms of distribution of resources, and we gave a fair playing field for every member to propose their projects, Madam Speaker. And in the light of whatever is happening in the entire world about COVID-19, Madam Speaker, as we have read out in the report, the committee used its wisdom, Madam Speaker, to allocate some funds for COVID-19, about 50 million. Earlier on in our supplementary budget, we had allocated 188 million and 100 million. We believe that those resources, if well utilized, will help in combating COVID-19 in our county, Madam Speaker. And this House is ready to help the executive sensitize our people and help in combating COVID-19, which is proving to derail most of our development agenda. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to say that as a House, we're looking forward to having speedy implementation of all these projects that we have proposed. And we will not relent on our course to ensure that all this is followed to the latter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndabuki. And honorable members, I will now put the question that this House discusses, that this Honorable House, discusses and approves the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Machakos County Government's financial year 2020-21 budget estimates. As many as are of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. Honorable members who have patiently waited in the extended plenary in the tent, I am now putting the question that this Honorable House discusses and approves the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Machakos County Government's financial year 2020-21 budget estimates. As many as are of the opinion say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it, honorable members. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, proceed.
Order number 9, the Machakos County Appropriation Bill 2020, Kenya Gazette Supplementary number 4, Machakos County Bill number 2.
Thank you, Honorable Dominic Ndabuki, on the second reading, Chairperson of Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Dominic Ndambuki, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 121, Sub-Order 1, I wish to move the motion that Machakos County Appropriation Bill number 2020, Kenya Gazette Supplement number 4, Machakos County Bill number 2 be now read a second time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chair, do you want to give some highlights on the bill, just briefly? Even if it's to refer to the debate, a long debate we just had.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This bill is a proposal of an act from this House to authorize the issuance of money to the county government to spend in developing or in ensuring that we get development within our county. And as a house, we are calling upon prudent utilization of these resources to ensure that our people get value for their taxes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ndambuki. Do you have any member who would second that proposal or thinking?
Yes, I have Honorable Paul Museku to second.
Honorable Paul Museku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Again, I'm Paul Museku, Honorable Paul Museku, representing the great people of Mboni North. I stand here to second that motion, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So, honorable members, I now propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order number 121, Suborder 1 of the Machakos County Assembly, the Machakos County Appropriation Bill 2020, Kenya Gazette Supplement number 4, Machakos County Bill number 2, be now read a second time. Honorable members, I know you've had a long discussion on the budget estimates which are giving rise to this bill, but is there any member who may want to comment before I put the question? Honorable Kisila.
Madam Speaker, I would like to stand here to thank my colleagues. If you look at what is happening in other counties, colleagues are fighting with their executives. Honorable members are fighting with their executives. And here we are, we as elected members, working together with the executive to be able to deliver development. What I want to continue asking members is that let us continue engaging, dialogue with the executive, and whenever we see any deviation from what we expect, let us continue talking. I think that's a very good way of working. And this assembly has very intelligent, honorable members, and I'm sure God is going to hear our cry, and come 2022, we are coming back here as honorable members. Thank you. And as a chairman for welfare, Madam Speaker, there are members outside. Please, before you leave, you can order the clerk to ensure that they are well taken care of, because it's very cold. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I did that 1 hour ago. Honorable Kisila, I am aware, and thank you for reminding me. Honorable members in the extended plenary, I am still asking if there's any member who has a comment at this point before I put a question on the reading of the bill, the second reading of the bill, just like we've had Honorable Kisila comment here. Do we have any member, by a show of hand, who may want to say anything? Is that Honorable Ndalana, who wants to make a comment before I put the question on the second reading of the bill? Honorable Ndalana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Margaret Ndalana, nominated by Maendeleo Chap. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You have been seated since morning up to now. May God give you peace and energy to guide us how we are going to work for our people. Again, Madam Speaker, thank you again, because you have shown us to be united, to love each another. Where we are, it's because of you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, and may God bless all of us. And I request the office of the governor, whoever is going to work with this money, to know God is watching us. Let us use our money in the right way, and God will bless us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Ndalana. Honorable Majority Party Whip, Honorable Moses Muta.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me the opportunity. Mine is first to thank honorable members for their input they have had today, hard work, and again I must thank the budget committee for good job they have done. I know the journey has not been smooth, it has had ups and downs, but at least we thank God that we are somewhere. I want to send a very strong message to the executive side, Madam Speaker. We can't forget to play our role of oversight and ensuring that any penny which this county receives is well utilized, Honorable Speaker. I want to request the executive to dwell on the projects which honorable members have given. Let us not have projects which have not originated from the ground, Honorable Speaker, because all the projects which have been delivered in this house have been taken through the right steps. It has been initiated through public participation. And we want the people on the ground to see action on their words, Honorable Speaker, because there is no need of us wasting time going to pick information from the ground, and when these people, the residents, the voters, the electorate, when they air their areas of priority, they don't see implementation on the same. So, Honorable Speaker, it's a very strong message to the executive, to the chief officers, CECs, to ensure that there is full implementation of all the projects which we have given, Honorable Speaker. The menace or the issue of pending bills, Honorable Speaker, we don't want to hear anything, any title called pending bills in Machakos County. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mita and honorable members. I will now put the question, honorable members, that pursuant to Standing Order number 121, Suborder 1 of the Machakos County Assembly, the Machakos County Appropriation Bill 2020, Kenya Gazette Supplement number 4, Machakos County Bill number 2, be now read a second time. As many as of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
Honorable members in the extended chamber, I am now putting the question that pursuant to Standing Order number 121 of the Machakos County Assembly, the Machakos County Appropriation Bill 2020, Kenya Supplement number 4, Machakos County number 2, be now read a second time. As many as of the opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion for the two houses say nay. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. And so, honorable members, having voted that the bill be read a second time, I'm inviting the clerk to read the short title of the bill.
The Machakos County Appropriation Bill 2020, Kenya Gazette Supplement number 4, Machakos County Bill number 2.
Thank you. Honorable members, we go to the next order. Mr. Clerk. That would be order number 10.
Number 10. Order number 10, Committee of the Full House.
Thank you.
Zawe.
Honorable members, in view of time, can I say we take exactly 5 minutes bio break and come back and finish this, please? Pardon?
Yes, tea.
We go take tea.